Hello, everyone. Hello and welcome. It is our Foxhole Fridays. Welcome to the Tales of the Foxhole. And we are here. I am here. This amazing cast is here. And I'm so excited that you also are here, whether you are live or Memorex. If you're seeing us on YouTube, also hello. Hey, everybody. We are playing part 2 of the adventure Prophet of Darkness, which is the second of 4 adventures from this 1985 RPG called Sandman Map of Halaal. And this is it's an RPG from 1985, which means it's old, but it was trying to do something very story-based, and so it's very surreal, very strange, very much ahead of its time. And I will just say that each of these adventures is really very different in its vibe and or whatever.
Also, Trooper, I just heard you say 1985 being old, like held out a little bit.
No, 1985 wasn't even that long ago.
I wouldn't know. I wasn't
85.
alive in the 80s.
I'm fine if 85 is old. I'm fine.
Yeah. I wasn't. I didn't exist in the 80s.
Oh, 85 is younger than me.
It's fine. I am not even going to talk about, first off, you know what? 1985 was just 4 years ago. It was 4 years ago, so it's fine. This game is a brand new game.
There we go. I'm swimming through a sea of koosh balls and scrunchies.
Oh! In 1985, let me think. I think I'm listening to Tears for Fears and being mopey in a very dramatic way. That's
mopiness is coming back.
And Trapper Keepers, yes. So
Trapper Keepers also coming back.
Oh, do you remember Peachy folders? We should not do this because I will talk about all of these things. Or when you take the paper bag and you'd use it as the wrapper for your textbooks in school because you couldn't get them messy, so you'd Anyway, hey everybody, this is an exciting game. I'm very excited about it. I have things I want to share with our players, but I can't do that until after they introduce themselves. So, if they would, I would love it if they would say who they are and who they're playing. I suppose is I put that with a question mark. But I want to start with my token Canadian who's here for diversity, Simon.
Hello, everyone. I'm Simon at Wondering DM. I use he, him pronouns, and tonight I am playing not a Canadian. I'm playing Dr. What's my first name again?
William.
Dr. William Bright, MD, who also happens to now be a human torch or some flashlight, something. His sanity has just been going down the whole time. He doesn't know nothing makes sense. Just nothing makes sense.
It's fine. Speaking of somebody whose sanity is probably much lower in the game, but not in real life. In real life, her sanity is very high. In the game, I have some questions. Somebody who I love and who I laugh with, and also who I have Lindied with. Laugh, love, Lindy.
Yes, we have Lindied. We both made a vow to exercise after that. Because, oof. But yes, hi, I'm Laugh, Love, Lindy. And, I have plenty of sanity, and I think my character does too, but maybe she's just a fool in love. I don't know. Love does things to a person, and that person is Margaret J. Ross. Well, is it Margaret J. Ross? It was, but then there was also, I existed in the 80s, I think. It's been complicated. I'm a learned one right now, and I have leeches. I've got all my little leech friends. And in case people want to a reminder, this is Alfred, Mary, William Bright Jr., Stephen, Thomas, and Gregory.
Did you say Steven Tyler or Stephen and Tyler?
Stephen and Thomas and Gregory.
Okay, I didn't know if there was Stephen Tyler. Anyway.
No.
Steven Tyler was a rock star. But speaking of somebody who also is a rock star, Rockette Fox. And not because the word Rockette is in the name, but also because she's legit a touring rock star who is famous. You may not know it, but
You
it's
know,
true.
I I did say I would be famous by my 40s, so I've rapidly run out of time on that. Hi everybody. Yes, it's me, your old friend Rockette Fox. You know me from such hits as What You're About to Partake of. Um, yeah, I am playing Janice Harris, or as we like to know her for this particular chapter, the old witch. If you want to see me in full age makeup, that was a last week thing. This week I'm relying on my extreme exhaustion to really carry that age process through. But I will say I am also embracing I'm going full witch. Wait, with we got a wiggly one. We got a wiggly one. A baby rat. He's got no hair. He's naked. So that's what I have going on these days. And age, naturally.
I'm troopersjp, and I'm the GM for this madness. So before we start, normally you do a recap sort of a thing, and I'm gonna add some extra information in for no reason. You know, for no reason, I'm gonna just add some extra information into our recap today. So, you know what's really interesting about old school RPGs? This is very different from like a D&D or whatnot. But one thing that a lot of old school RPGs had in common is that they had a certain kind of they liked puzzles, you know? Puzzles that the players would have to solve, not necessarily their characters, wherein there'd be like interesting challenges. For example, there were those giants last time that wanted to murder them, and they could fight them and beat them up, but there were also other ways around that combat. Blinding them would have gotten rid of them immediately, and or getting them out of the light after a couple of once the sun went down. So there are a lot of overt or covert puzzles in this game. Mysteries. Just noting that for no reason. I will also note that they are given character sheets when they wake up in a new body, and the character sheets have items on them. And nothing is given to them for no reason. Also, just noting that as well. And they also have skills. They have skills that they had from their last session. Oh, I can show you all. And I'm not telling them these things for any particular reason, but just noting it. So they have skills. In the first adventure, which was set in Casablanca, Dr. Bright had rifled the medicine skill in bargaining, and has discovered which two skills he has in this body, which is the ability to magically create light and also to use a sword, which he used to kill his brother. That's a whole other thing. I wouldn't worry about it. Rockette, who is playing Janice, back in the 40s, knew bargaining, which also involves maybe a little bit of bribery, stunt driving, and the dagger skill. And in this particular body and space, knows how to blind people. We'll come back to that for a second. And there's another skill that's just lurking about that she doesn't know yet. And Lindy, who's playing our learned one, who in the 1940s was Margaret Ross, knows anthropology and archaeology, handgun, and dagger, and has one more skill yet to be determined. And, you know,
And
they had various
kissing.
things. And cheek kissing, and had one or two other, you know, they also have a magic lamp that was warm out there in the deserts of Casablanca. Once they got here, it was not warm anymore, and they really couldn't light it in this creepy forest. They are now currently in this black sand desert. The lamp is currently warm again to the touch. They're carrying an amulet, a special magical amulet with this eye on it. I'm just recapping some of the things that data you might want to know. In the last adventure, they got a fragment of a poem. They suspect there are more fragments of poems to find. They were given the charge by Victor Laszlo from Casablanca to give the amulet to the one who is truly blind. Okay, they are now in medieval England, probably, sort of, maybe not, it's a little bit weird, and they need to follow this road north to find the Prophet of Darkness. They got to see there's a fool who's like shown up a couple of times. There was an old man and another young man who's probably King Lear, they saw in the distance, so there's something Shakespearean going on. And as they followed this road north to confront the Prophet of Darkness, they came upon a forest. They have these trials they seem to have to overcome. And there are these giants who they learned from were sent by the Prophet of Darkness to murder them. To murder the sight bearers, because the Prophet of Darkness fears those who carry the sight. And when they saw the amulet, they knew that it was them, and they decided to try to murder them. They were not successful. The giants scattered. When they went deep into the forest, they were... Well, at this point in time, actually, our witch was delivered a present from her mom, socks, cookies, and also a magic broom, Wanda. And the broom took her to a different dimension where her sisters boil, toil, and trouble in a 1950s kitchen. The house fell on them. There's clearly like some sort of Wizard of Oz as well as King Lear stuff going on here. She learned that her sister's like, you gotta go and kill the Prophet of Darkness or we'll never get to Macbeth. Come on. But took a nice 1950s lighter with her and came back. They go through the forest. They're attacked by shadow children. Oh, the witches told them, watch out for the shadow children. They'll try to hug you and it's no good. Our pilgrim learned that he could create magical light, and that magical light kept the shadow children at bay. And they were able to get through this forest without dealing with really large numbers of shadow children that were going to increasingly get them. They emerged into this desert, this sort of desert of black sand. And they walked for quite some time, and they then found, or they saw a big dust cloud in the distance. And it turns out there were maybe 1,000 or thousands of blind people, like an army of the blind, coming towards them. But in front of this army were these 4 outriders. Remember, we're in medieval England, on motorcycles. And these 4 motorcycle riders rushed forward, got to about 50 feet from them, and then said the following words, which I'm going to say again for no reason. The first rider of the 4 motorcycle riders says, oh, I should mention, they all have their eyes gouged out. They just have like raw, red, dripping sockets where their eyes used to be. There are a lot of blind people in this particular, or blinded people in this particular adventure. And the first rider said, and I'm not telling you this for any reason, the first rider said, I can feel their presence. I feel the warmth of their life, turning to the pleasant cold of death within my steel grasp. The second rider said, I can hear them. I can hear the air rustling through their dry, rotting corpses. And the third rider said, I can smell them. They reek of the life they bear and of the certain death we bring. And then the fourth rider said, I can taste them. I can taste their blood. Now! There's some reason that needs to happen. And before we pick ourselves back up, I just wanted to remind people of some of the rules of this game, also for no reason. In this game, it's pretty simple. if you want to do anything that you are not skilled in, you have a 40% chance to do it. If it's in a normal situation, 20% chance if you're in a bad situation. If it's a difficulty, if you're in a rough spot, if it's a difficult chance. There is a thing called a called shot that you can do, which is usually at the reduced chance, and that allows you to hit a specific location or do something like anything kind of something like hitting a body part or grabbing something small and moving, something that's like different than just trying to do damage, something sort of like a different option that you want to do. That is a thing that is a possibility that can be done in this game. If you had something you wanted to do, rather than just noting that, you can also aid each other in combat, which we're going to start right now, by the way. Every round we roll a 1d6, a 1d10. Whoever gets, whichever side gets the highest gets to go first. And we do that every round. And on your turn, you can move and do one action. And I believe, oh yes, I should also say that as the GM, I track everybody's hit points. They don't need to track it. I will do it for them in a way that will make them nervous. It'll be good. But in this game, everybody basically has, where did I put all of your hit points? Oh, that's a crazy, scary map. Oh, that's for the next thing. Here we go. Everybody has 2 critical wounds, 2 heavy, 2 medium, 2 light, and 2 scratches. That's all you got. At this current moment, our witch and our pilgrim both have 1 scratch, and that's all they've got. And our learned one is totally fine physically. Wow. Yeah, they've got 2 of them have magic that they know about, and to cast that magic, they have to give themselves a scratch. If you have 2, if both your scratches already full, then you have to take the next highest up, etc. And I believe that is all of the rules that I might need to refresh your mind of. And you have a magic lamp. You have this special amulet. You have a fragment of this poem. Your map, the map of Halaal, changed what it looked like from the first adventure to the second one. It sort of transformed itself. Is there anything else people want to? Also, the learned one is somehow weirdly obsessed with the Sandman in a way that is completely healthy. The Sandman wants to murder them. Anyhow, questions before we begin?
If I say I want to wake up, do I wake up from this dream?
That's an interesting question.
Barring that, do you think I could call shut the nose of the guy who smells stuff?
That is a thing you could do. Those are all things that one could do, yes. So, I will refrain from answering the question about the dreams because you just have to try it. I'm sorry. I need to say this one more time too. Just for the record, anytime you touch anything in your inventory, or if you, I just need to know if there's anything going on. Just let me know for no particular reason. For no particular reason. Yep. Okay, so we need to roll initiative as these 4 motorcycle riders of the apocalypse. As you are traveling up the road to find the prophet, rev their engines, and they begin to, and they have chains, right? Because they've got motorcycles, they've got heavy chains, and they begin to rev their engines and make their way towards you. We need to do initiative.
Is anyone feeling particularly lucky?
I roll a 10.
Oof. I'm not touching that.
It's unlikely we'll run a 10 too, so whatever. Fuck it.
Do it.
No.
5. Also, I have
There
a
you go
macro
first.
for you. if you go to the macro, you can put
Oh,
it in,
yeah,
your,
right.
in your bar.
I like
added
the
this-
power of typing it on the keyboard, Trooper.
Hey, okay. So, these four
It takes me, like,
motorcycle riders,
2 seconds.
with their eyes gouged out, bleeding, in their motorcycle jackets in medieval England or Renaissance England, it's a little unclear. Med-Ren England, probably. In the middle of this desert full of black sand. Rev their engines, and one at a time, they begin to come closer and start careening their bikes towards you all. And you can see they've got murder in, I would say they have murder in their eyes, but they don't have eyes anymore, they just have sockets. So murder in their sockets.
Really, they have more important things they should be focusing on. They could probably get those looked at.
Yeah, some cream.
I'm sorry, I mean checked out.
Our first rider, the rider who can feel you, revs the engine, swinging this heavy, heavy chain, and comes careening towards our pilgrim, and is going to try to wrap this chain around you in a vicious, terrible way while riding very fast on a motorcycle.
This is dangerous.
It is
Yeah.
dangerous. 39, which is a success. They only have, by the way, a 40. Your giants had 60. They're riding on a motorcycle, so their chances are not as great, obviously. But that's no. Yes, yes. Succeeded by 1. This motorcycle rider charges in, engine revving. It's a Harley. It's also the muffler has been modified so that it's just extra loud unnecessarily, in a way that is not even useful. But hey, it's fine. Wearing their blue jeans with the cuffs, the cuffs sort of turned up, and as he comes in, he swings this heavy chain at you, and as he rides by you like a knight on a horse with a jousting stick. The word of I forgot right now.
Well, he's charging at me.
Yes.
Like a lance.
It comes in and it swings around, and I imagine you try to avoid this. I imagine.
Yes.
Lance.
Lance.
Lance is the word. So
If I can describe how I get this, which is probably a scratch more than anything.
It's a very light wound, as a matter of fact, yes.
I think Bright just, they're motorcycles. They're revving their engines. We have plenty of time to see them coming, right? Even though they're rather fast. So I think Bright will just step back. And essentially what happens is as the motorcycle passes by, which I'm probably a foot away from the length of chain, I end up having sand in my eyes. And it hurts because of, the wheel spinning.
Yeah.
And in my mouth, probably. It's coarse and it gets everywhere.
Oh, but do you like sand?
Unlike some of my fellow players, I do not like the black sand.
I see. Yeah.
I do
Oh,
not
I
like the blind
only
sand man.
like the black sand. Other sand can go fuck itself.
And as this feeling motorcycle rider swishes by you, the chain missing you with the sand up in your face, moves by, and you can see this motorcycle rider sort of riding past you and then sort of trying to skid to turn the motorcycle around to make another pass. The second motorcycle rider, the one who can hear you, comes after our dear learned one, chain swinging, and does his drive-by pass at you. And I would like to know how it is that this motorcycle rider is not able to hit you, or that you're able to get out of the way. Lindy, our learned one.
This is the one that can smell.
No, that can hear.
Hear. Okay. Well, that one's really easy. Cause he said that. They said that they could hear the air rustling through our dry, rotting corpses. I just hold my breath. I hold my breath and stand real still.
And as he comes riding by, you can see like he's listening very intently for you, and like you were making these sounds before he got to you, and as he knows where you are, and then you stop, and he swings this tire chain, and he's not anywhere near you at all, right? Like he just goes super, super wide, and he sort of rides past you, and then begins to turn the motorcycle around, and try to get ready for another pass. The third motorcycle rider of the apocalypse, the one who can smell, goes.
Oh, it would be.
Yeah, and begins to swing this chain and begins to ride towards our witch. And comes in. Now, this is going to be a hit because it is, after all, they need a 40. And comes in, riding hard. And the thing about you is that you are a witch. There's one thing that we know about witches, is they smell really nice.
Well, apparently they don't get clean linen breeches, is what they don't get.
They don't. Witches don't get clean breeches. No breeches for witches.
No, witches get
say.
stitches. And this chain, and you have been healed by your sisters and also by the doctor, right? You have like sort of worked really hard to get yourself in a better position. And as you're like, you're feeling better, but this rider rides, and you think the rider is going to miss you, but then you notice the rider sniffing, weaving, swerving the motorcycle, and then this chain, smack, it hits you, and it hits you right in the ribs. And you can feel like a crack in a couple of ribs, and you're like, oh, that was not great.
Again?
And that motorcycle, oh yeah, like rides by you and begins to the process of trying to maneuver the motorcycle around. The fourth rider, the one that can taste you all, laughs and goes, ha ha ha! That's right, you're all gonna die. What would you three like to do?
We're gonna what? We're gonna die?
Yeah, die. He doesn't articulate well. He's on a motorcycle. They're not wearing helmets, so you can tell they're not particularly wise.
I don't think being on a motorcycle has anything to do with articulation.
They make a lot of poor choices, including diction.
Would it be possible? So, if I were, hypothetically speaking, if the group
Sure.
felt right about it, if I were to hypothetically rev up Wanda and take the lamp way up over everyone and light it up, just to see if it would do its thing, maybe over this whole army of angry blind individuals, because I do have that lighter. Would that constitute as a move?
It would be a move and an action.
Gang, what do you think?
I say go ahead.
I would otherwise try and blind him, but apparently that's not really going to do too much right now.
Because they're blind.
Are you
Already.
blind?
Yeah, so that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to be like, Wanda, and then I'm going to just...
And Wanda just like you can feel Wanda vibrate as if Wanda woke up.
And, Margaret, give me the lamp! Then catch it, tucks it under the arm, and
You got
then
the lighter. Yeah.
whoosh. And then once over the enemy, gonna light it? Question mark?
So you're up in the air. Now, when you take the lamp out, it's warm to your touch. It feels alive. You know, it feels as if it's a functioning lamp, whereas it did not some time ago.
Yes.
And when you light it, the flame sparks up, and it is
Oh.
a light. And it sets off this really nice glow, and you feel how do I put this? You feel as if... All right, let's talk. You know how it is when
You slip into
you
a warm
have-
bath?
No, you know when you're a witch. When have you been doing a warm bath? It's probably been ages. But you know how? Okay, so you know how you have you've done this before. You've been in an office, and you need to you talk to the secretary, and you say, "Hey, I'm wondering if you could like take a message for me." And he like perks up and he picks up his steno pad because it is also 1986, and he like gets ready to like to figure out what you want, or like maybe when like a wait staff asks what your order is, there's that kind of sense of anticipation, like they're waiting for you.
Boy, I
Because-
take down my notes.
Yes, like that. Because you are a witch, you are sort of in touch with mystical things, and you feel the lamp waiting for you, is what you feel.
Oh. Do I have a moment now, or that was
You
my
do have a
action?
moment.
My,
You still do have a moment.
would take that. Oh, now, dear, would you take care of this army and these riders for us? They need to see the light. Wink, wink.
Hmm? The lamp continues to wait.
Apparently, that's wasn't. Hello? Oh, open sesame? Um. Knock knock.
It is listening. You know that the lamp is. You know that the lamp is listening. And I would say, because you are the witch after all, you get the sense that when you brought up that it was that it could not hear you when you were in the forest. But now that now it can hear you. Right? So this sort of sense of yes, it was cold, it couldn't hear you back in the forest. Now it can hear you. It feels to you about you have witchy ways. You have this sense that this lamp only functions in certain environments and not in others, right? Like it's not a lamp that is magical in all spaces, right? Like its magic it can't do its thing. It probably couldn't do its thing like in 1986 in Hollywood, right? So like in certain environments, you have to have a certain kind of a magical or mystical environment for it to be able to do whatever it's meant to do, whatever it's
I imagine
magical.
it probably goes by the rules that were. I meant it yells down. What's a line from Shakespeare?
So, there are no magical lamps in Shakespeare, so that's not it. But it is waiting, and I would say you asked it, and it's still listening, which means you haven't asked it the right way.
Well, didn't like open sesame. Light bright.
As the witch is sort of trying to figure out like what to do to make this lamp. Learned one, what would you like to do?
which is the closest motorcyclist?
Which one would you like?
Oh, see which one is the creepiest? That's a
I mean, they're all
good
pretty
question.
creepy.
The tasting guy. That one who's all like, "Bleh." I don't like
Yeah,
that.
Fava beans?
Ew, I don't. I wanna like gesture him, like like. I got a dagger. As he rides, as he rides by, just like try to get his mouth to be like, no tasting for you. If I could cut off his tongue, I would.
Oh my goodness.
He probably doesn't have it hanging out. I'm violent. Look, we've established this already. Violent tendencies.
That seems pretty violent. Seems kind of
Yes,
rude.
I'm Margaret J. Ross. Margaret
That is a
J. Violence is the answer, Ross.
that is a called shot, and that makes it difficult to be at the difficult
So 50.
a 50 because
Yep.
you're skilled at the
50-50.
dagger.
Look, I'm so good at stabbing. I'm Margaret J. Stabby Ross. All right, let's go. Let's see. Margaret J. Ross, let's go. Oh, no.
Okay. You
I
come
give it a go,
in.
but I don't make it.
I'll give you a little bit more than that, though.
Okay.
You do, right? He comes riding in, right? Sort of tongue lolling, right? Riding
Oh,
at you,
I
because
don't
he's a good Cockney
Gross.
1950s rude boy, riding in, and he's like, his tongue is darting out of his mouth to like taste where you're at, in that sort of gross way that one might do. And as he's getting close to you, ready, right? You come and he senses that you are going for his mouth, and immediately he breaks off his run as if,
Oh, interesting.
and like swerves like real fast,
Interesting.
right? And sort of peels off. Now, Simon is up, our pilgrim, but is not currently here, is taking a call. So what I think happens is that he dies. All right, so then, no. But I will say this, because this is a thing that is important to note. Let's just say it's the end of the round. Let's just say for the moment. I'd like us to roll initiative. We're going to get Simon back in, but I'd like us to roll initiative for the second round, because I do have to tell you something that I can't tell you until we find out what's happening with initiative. I roll a 9.
You want to get this one, Rocket?
I don't trust my rolls, but you seem to do well.
No.
3.
I'm
Okay.
rolling much lower than I did last week on the D10s.
Oh, I can
They
take
get to
that.
go first, right? They get to go first.
They do.
However, what you notice is that they have to spend this turn turning their motorcycles around so they can come back and attack you
Oh, okay.
again. It is a bit like you're in the desert. There's a lot
Okay.
of sand. It is not it's a bit of a feat to sort of do an unwise motorcycle attack upon you like this. So they're sort of, right, their sort of sweeps at you involve having to like do a pass by, a drive by, and then turn around and then come back again. So now they're like, these things are heavy. They're like heavy, big motorcycles that are not particularly, they're made to look badass. They're not as maneuverable as they could be. So they are going to just have to spend this time turning around so they can come back at you, which means you all get to go. And we're going to note that Simon is going to get 2 turns in a row. But what would you two like to do? They don't get a turn this round.
So I would have. Janice is a movie buff. Janice knows about the films. Certainly would know some other quotes from Arabian Nights that
Give me a roll.
she could throw at this lamp. I will give you a roll.
Okay. traditionally, you have to make a wish.
Oh, it's of course it's a it's a lamp.
Magic lamps
Yes,
tend to grant
Janice,
wishes.
it's a lamp.
Talking to you.
Now, I will note there are some questions within your sort of thinking about sort of media knowledge, right? You can think about like, okay, you usually have to maybe rub the lamp and then make a wish, or maybe the genie comes out and you make a wish, you just maybe rub the lamp and make the wish. Sometimes they give you 3 wishes. How many wishes do you get? Like, there are like different sort of configurations of how that might work, and you're not quite certain how it might work in the real world, but generally speaking, there's like a rubbing and a wish making.
That's how it always is.
Yeah.
All right, so she'll rub lamp.
Mm-hmm.
Then
It warms. It like gets much
that's
warmer to your
nice.
touch when you do, which is very nice. I mean, except you're in the desert. If you were in like the snow, but you know.
It always feels nice to hold something warm. My dear, I wish that these 4 motorcycle riders and the army below would be our best friends and work for our cause. Myself, the learned one, that's Margaret down there, and you see a pilgrim over there. That's Dr. Bright. That's who I'm referencing when I say us. And myself, I'm the witch. I'm Janice Harris.
Can I tell you how sad I am that I was not able to get this super random thing over here on the side working the way I wanted to, because this would be the perfect moment for me to give you a chime. You say it,
Yeah.
and you hear a bong, a chime, like in your ears. And you know that it's still waiting. You're a weird movie buff, right?
Yes.
Did you watch television?
Oh yeah. Yes. And in that age, there was all the good shows to be watching.
yeah.
A lot of which had car stunts.
Yes, they did. Which maybe you were in some of them. Do you know the bong? You recognize it as the first of the 3 notes of the NBC chime. Bong, bong, bong. Right? And like when you made the wish, it gave you that first one, and it seems to be waiting. There are
Bong bong.
There are 3 notes in that chime, and you made your wish, and the first chime went off in your ears. And it continues
Oh
to
no. So, oh man, at that point Jeff's gonna be like, oh, I hope this thing can hear well. Margaret! And kind of fly down lower. Margaret!
What?
I made a wish to the lamp like a genie's lamp that all 4 of the motorcycle riders and the army would become our best friends and do our bidding for our benefit instead. And it made a sound at me. It's the sound. Do you remember NBC?
Yes.
Well, it made one of those sounds. I think all 3 of us need to make a wish. I don't know if it needs to be the same wish or different ones, but I think all 3 of us have to make a wish. Do you want to hold the lamp?
Sure.
Would kind of gently toss it down. Careful, it's warm.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You're not sure if we have to make the same wish or different wishes?
Let's do the same one because I think that it's our immediate concern, and 3 is probably better than 1.
But if we wish for the same thing 3 times, does it cancel itself out?
Well, if it canceled out, it would cancel out the second time, but then reestablish itself the third
That's
time.
true. But what if we got 3 separate ones?
Oh, well.
They all have to be used now.
Well, if you want to make a different one, you can.
You gotta go. The motorcycles are coming at you. What's your choice?
All right. I'll Oh, Lamb, I really like you. Go on. It might have to be the same wish. It would be exciting if we got 3 different wishes, but I don't think y'all want my wish. Or at least Margaret's wish. I want to smooch the Sandman. But,
You can wish. You can wish whatever you want.
whatever I want. Oh.
She said that you need the same one, but I'm just here to write down whatever you say.
Uh-huh. Is that the witchy vibes you got?
What is in your heart?
Is that the witchy vibes you got when you made the first witch? Or, just the chime at the NBC thing?
Mm-hmm.
You
you
know,
watch a lot
I
of TV?
think no. Margaret was not a big TV watcher. Yeah, book reader. Yes, TV watcher, no. Yeah, if we get 3 wishes, I think Margaret is inspired by the wish that Janice has made, but is gonna make a different wish. Margaret's
you
just gonna
wish?
say real quietly to them, I wish that the Sandman would be my boyfriend. That is the best ever.
And you make this wish,
Mm-hmm.
and you hear.
Yeah.
Well,
I couldn't just say
you-
boyfriend. Like the worst,
you,
like
you
boyfriend.
don't hear it.
'cause-
Janice, you hear
yeah.
it. Janice, what you
Right.
hear is the first note of the NBC chime again,
Oh.
not the second.
It was the first note. You have to make the same wish.
And
I must
the
have
Wish for the Sandman to be my boyfriend. That wouldn't work.
We can all.
I will note that we will say that the pilgrim makes a wish. You two can choose if he makes a completely different wish or one of those two.
Well, he's not gonna make a wish about the boyfriend.
That's true. He can wish about the army and the
I would
motorcyclists.
say-
That makes sense. If they were our BFFs forever, that would make some sense. Yeah.
Well, and I think also hearing that the same tone played would probably at least try making the same wish to see if it changes anything.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like Margaret's just a little troublemaker and is obsessed with the Sandman. This is facts.
The pilgrim makes the same wish. We're having you make a wish, dear pilgrim. I can't hear you.
Wish for what?
That the motorcycle riders would be, and the army would be your friends and do your bidding. And when the pilgrim makes that wish, Janice, you hear the second note of the NBC thing. Bum bum.
You have to
But-
make the same wish. Stop wishing about the Sandman.
But sadly, you all three did not make the same wish this round, so you do not get the wish.
But
That
now
did
we
not
know
happen.
for surezies that it has to all be the same wish.
Simon, you have a turn. One of your turns was making a wish. One of these kids was not like the other and did not play along with each other, and so you did not get your wish this turn.
Someone wanted a
you-
boyfriend.
Are
Look.
the
Somebody wanted a
wishes
boyfriend.
said out loud? Are the wishes said out loud?
Yes, they are.
Yes,
Yes.
I said mine quietly, but I was still out loud.
Margaret, for heaven's sake.
I said
Can't believe it.
But you also have
Again,
an action.
damn it.
You also have an action. The
Okay,
pilgrim.
sorry about the leaving the motorcycles. Where are they now?
They
They're all
are.
still there.
They're still there, but they have to turn around, so they only get to act once every other turn. Because after they do a pass by, they have to turn around on you.
Okay. But
And
same
you get-
thing, I'm kind of far away.
Oh, you can still hit them though. You just time yourself, right? So you had
Well,
two
I guess
actions,
I'm
one of
gonna
which was
go-
the wish, and one of which you can do whatever you
Uh-huh.
want.
Can I do the wish again?
This is on a different turn. It's the turn right before.
Oh, okay.
So it'll have to be the.
Then I'll try my
yeah.
second action from earlier.
Yeah.
Which is I'll wait for Smell Guy to come by and I'll try to smack his nose.
Please do. With your sword?
Well, yeah, because my
That's
stick
rude.
doesn't seem to. Well, I
that
mean,
is
if they
gonna be
were
a-
on normal bicycles, I would just shove my walking stick in their spokes. But those are motorcycles.
Yeah, this is a difficult chance. You need a 40.
Yeah, I know. Please.
Okay.
What if I win by 25?
Ooh.
You did a called
Nice.
shot. A called shot is
Yes.
rather than regular damage, you get this effect that you want, which is you smack him in the nose. Your sword comes in and
Yes.
hits him in the nose.
Hope he didn't like that nose.
Well. So here's the thing. If this were a regular attack, right? If you'd attacked him in a normal way, not a called shot, that would have been a good medium hit to his face. But you did a called shot instead. I would like you to describe to me what it looks like when you hit him in the nose. Give me some good description.
I think I'm going for like baseball bat. Like just I'm not trying to slice. I'm just
Yeah.
trying to like drive it deep in
Yeah.
like a
Yeah.
gash.
Yeah.
And I think it's just like I'm timing myself to just
Yeah.
kapow, and maybe that's gonna throw him off his bicycle.
And you wait, and you can see him sniffing to find you so he can come at you. And when you hit him right in the nose, he buckles, he's able to keep control of his bike, and he sort of skids to the side. You can tell that he's not you didn't stab him in the heart. He's not bleeding profusely, right? But his nose is broken. You can tell you broke his nose, which I suppose in many ways is just not a big deal. But as his nose is broken, he just gets pale. And you can see this sense of fear just come over him, as if you've broken him, not just his nose. And he immediately revs the engine and takes off. He flees in a panic, as if he no longer has any power. And he, in this great sense of fear or defeat, as if you found his clay feet, immediately, basically, we'll call it a surrender, but he splits. He, just as fast as possible, makes his way away. Next round of combat, round 3. My initiative is an 8.
All right, you want me to do it? I can take it.
Take it.
Here we go. Here we go. I can't find it. There it is. Here we go. Now here we go. 9.
Woo!
Boom.
Okay, we all will wish the same thing this round because Margaret's
you,
learned her
Margaret.
lesson. I've learned my lesson. Sorry, I was very lonely for a moment. I just-
How could you be lonely when you have us?
I'm not switching any of you, am I?
They are well, 3 of them. One of them has the one who can smell left because you broke his nose. So it's like Jan, if you've ever watched the Brady Bunch when she got hit by the football. She's like, oh, my nose,
yeah.
and that was it for her. That's exactly what happened. He was like, he's gone. They're clearly gearing up, the 3 that are left, to come and attack you. But you get to go before they do. What would you all
Yep.
like to do?
I'll make the same wish.
Same wish,
I
same
wanna-
wish.
Same wish.
I want to hear it. Who's first?
Wasn't it?
I'll
Rockhead, do you
leave
want to go
one.
first?
Lamb dear, I wish that the motorcyclists, all 4 of them, even that one that's running away, I can still see him from here, that the motorcyclists would, along with this army of these sight-impaired individuals, would become our best friends and work toward our interests. And by us, I mean myself, Janice Harris, also the witch, as well as that's the learned one, Margaret Ross. She's very feisty, and that's Dr. Bright over there. He's the one with the sword. That's who I mean by us when I say us.
Mm-hmm.
There's no confusion.
Mm-hmm. And then you pass the lamp off as you're in the midst of this like circle of them circling you, jeering, about ready to attack.
Oh, yes. Hello, Lamp Darling. I wish that these motorcyclists, yes, these three here, and the fourth one, even though he's running away, I can still see him, along with this army of sight-impaired individuals, to be our best friends and work towards our interests. And by our, I mean the witch Janice Harris, myself, Margaret J. Ross, the learned one, and William Bright. He's the one with the sword.
Hmm. Pass off the lamp.
And I'll hand it
By
to
the
him
way,
as I say.
bong,
Yes.
bong.
I, William Bright, MD, wishes that all of the sight-impaired motorcyclists and their armies become our friends and allies. And like Bright is looking at both Janice and Margaret and like
Work
waiting for like a
towards
nod or a
our goals.
to our cause, and by our I mean Janice the witch, myself William
That's
Bright
me.
MD, and Margaret J. Ross, the learned one.
Bong, bong, bong. And the lamp gets warm, and a light sort of emanates from the lamp, as bright as it was before back in the cave. So bright, and it gets so exceedingly bright and so hot.
Close my eyes.
It almost burns your touch, William. And when this flash of light is done, the lamp itself is cold to the touch, and it looks tarnished and old.
We used it all up. I hope we don't need that later.
And
Hey, in the
there
next
is no
location.
more lamp oil in this lamp. It is empty. The wick is sort of burned away. It's still a nice lamp. Plain, simple.
Souvenir.
And around you, what you see are these three motorcyclists, and they have got these tire chains. And the one with the broken nose turns around menacingly and decides not to run after all and begins to ride back. And they all come and converge upon you as this army of over 1,000 people who have all been blinded continue to march toward you. If this wish does not work, you are all in trouble. And here they come. And the one who can, well, can't smell anymore, but the one who can taste rides up, right up to Margaret.
I have a leech ready.
Right in the socket.
I can taste you. You taste like ice cream. I like ice cream.
Who doesn't like
How-
ice cream?
Yes. And then the one who can hear says, "You sound very... Are you tired? Are you all right?" To the witch, "Are you fatigued?"
It's been a long day. They just
Hmm. And the army itself continues to march. They're a bit of a ways, but they continue to march. And you notice that, like, the front line of this army, they all have, they're tattered. They're wearing clothes that are basically rags. They're emaciated and underfed, as if they have been marching for who knows how long. And they have got their hands out to their sides, each touching the person to their left and right, their shoulders. And the ones, these ranks of people behind them have got their hands, so they're like moving as like a, trying to find their way. And if one of them falls, they just walk over that person and crush them to death as they move forward. Just like they feel as if they've been, something terrible has happened. You know what I mean? Like, and they seem to be of different classes of people, peasants, but also perhaps merchants, as if all of some kind of calamity has befallen all of them, and they are just moving because they have nothing else to do or nowhere else to go. And the motorcyclists surround you, and one of them, the one with the nose, well, now broken and smashed very badly, says, "You, Dr. Bright, that was a very good hit. I've not been hit like that in ages," and like taps you on the shoulder as if you're old drinking buddies.
Thank you, I guess.
I respect a good boop to the snoot. It's been a long
Do you
time.
want me to, you want me to take a look at it?
Oh, yes, yes, please. Wait, you can see?
Me?
Yes, you said take a look at it.
Oh, it's an expression. I'm just gonna, and I start like touching his face, sort of. Not putting my fingers in his wound. But is there a way for me to sort of patch
Put
it
the
up?
nose
I guess.
back. Yeah.
Please give me some medicine if you would.
I will give you medicine.
Yes, please.
That would be a 70 for this one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
It's level 2 and it's not hard.
absolutely.
I succeed by a lot.
Yeah,
So
you
as
do.
you are
Wish I had rolled
working
that
on
last week.
No,
fixing
right?
him up, there are a couple things that you note as a medical professional. You're able to reset his nose. It'll take a little bit of time to sort of heal up. He'll need to rest and all of that, but he will make a recovery. But as you are sort of checking him out, what you notice is that there's something odd about him. And if you look at with this, that's a very good roll. You can sort of look at the people. It feels as if they have some sort of wasting disease. It does not feel like a normal, like if you're like, I don't feel like this is caused by bacteria, right? It feels to you perhaps mystical, as if some sort of curse of some sort, like a mystical curse is sapping the vision of people.
Don't eat them. It's prions.
As if
We haven't resorted to cannibalism yet. You still have chocolate chip cookies.
yes. You feel as if it looks to you as if they've been traveling for a long time. It looks to you as if they have, like, looking at their skin, you feel as if they've been in the desert for months. But you also feel as if they must have come from places, right? Like villages, towns, something. But it seems as if it feels like they have some kind of strange wasting curse upon them that is not only sapping them of their vision, but is sapping them of their strength, going somewhere else.
I'm gonna ask, just, my good friend.
Yes.
Where have you been all this time? It feels like we haven't seen each other we haven't talked to each other in ages.
Yes, it's been a while. I feel as if I all four of us, we woke up. I don't remember where we were before. It's as if we were called here to destroy those with the sight. I don't know why.
Like the farming implement.
No, an amulet. There's an amulet that those who hold it must be destroyed.
Yes,
But-
I've heard of the sight bearers, but have you
Yes,
heard
the
of the
sight
one
bearers.
who is truly blind?
No, just the sight bearers. But we are leading this army of the blind. I don't remember why.
Do you remember who did this to you? You don't have you just have sockets in your face.
Yes. We once had eyes, but they were the army. It's different. It was a violence.
Ooh.
With them, I think it's just their land is dying. They are dying, and we were called to lead them through. I think why are we? Bill.
Hmm? I'm presuming he's talking to me if he says Bill. Not
Yeah.
unless another motorcyclist suddenly perks up.
No. We are sent to bring forth the apocalypse, I think. But
Oh,
it seems
goodness.
so.
Yeah, the four of you. Yeah.
Yes. But we haven't had anything to drink in so long, and it's so tiring.
Do you know what sounds like a fun time? Well, getting a drink, but also raining hell down on whoever did this to you. That sounds fun to me.
Yes.
I'm
Oh.
assuming it's the one who's trying to get them to kill us.
Prophet
Some
of
other
darkness.
get killed people. Some
But
unknown.
the problem is that the prophet is our friend, I think.
Is he?
Friend would take your eyeballs out of your. We can say eyeballs, right?
Yes.
Your eyeballs out of your head. I don't think a friend would do that. A friend would help a broken nose, though.
Yes, a friend would. But
Have you met the Sandman by any chance?
no, I don't know that name.
Oh,
That's not a name I know.
Have you met the prophet?
Interesting.
Have you met this prophet in face to face?
No, we only awoke remembering an anger. As if we awoke from a dream, found ourselves here, and were so angry.
We
Filled
had
with
something
rage.
similar happen. Little less rage, but like a weird dream. Just woke up here, kind of.
Oh. This is when you notice something.
Mm-hmm.
They don't.
No, I'm assuming it's a visual thing.
Yes. And then one of them says, as you notice something, one of them says this thing. What you notice is a glowing portal opens up in the air. Right by all of you. It's a big round portal that just opens. And one of them does not notice this portal, says, thank you. I can smell the army's coming. If we do not get out of the way, we will be trampled. They do not sway.
Wait,
We should
is he
move.
talking about the army and like that was following them?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Because they just keep moving forward, and they're like, oh, they're getting closer. We should just step out of the way, or they will trample us all. But there is also a portal that has emerged in the space by you.
There's a portal.
Yeah. Where does it lead? Asking to
We
any of the.
don't know anything about a portal. I cannot smell it. Everyone goes, I cannot taste it.
How
I cannot hear it.
strange.
Oh, I cannot feel it.
Not with that attitude.
I'll hold up one of my leeches, see if it seems excited about the portal or not.
No, the portal seems to have this like bright light inside of it, except that the bright light does not leave the portal. It's only inside this portal space.
Flashlight. I think that might be you. Oh,
We could throw something through it.
That's when a
Good.
man steps out through the portal.
Oh!
Oh shit!
maybe, just kidding.
The man is tall, broad, a little bit of a potbelly, wearing a cowboy hat, has an eye patch over one eye, sort of like a kerchief. Looks like a cowboy.
Oh,
And he says, well, now, howdy there, pilgrim. Why don't you
Howdy.
just step through this
Howdy.
gate?
Wait, could you repeat that? I was a little bit.
Why don't you just step through this gate now here, pilgrim?
Would I recognize this cowboy?
Oh, yeah.
As a movie buff?
Absolutely.
Thought I
Yeah.
might.
This is John Wayne.
Margaret!
I think even Bright would know who John Wayne is.
I don't know if Margaret would, but our Peggy seems to be not always picking up on movies, but yeah.
Margaret!
oh. I don't
Ah,
know who that is.
Hmm.
can I trust you, partner?
Well, of course you can there, pilgrim.
I'll look to Margaret and Janice and be like, well, at least the 1800s are closer to our time than the 1200s.
Valid.
And I'll follow through that. I'll follow after John Wayne.
The pilgrim steps through the portal, following John Wayne. What do the rest of you do?
Well, motorcyclists, I like your bikes. They're very nice. I rode something similar. I actually do currently ride something quite similar on my own. A different make, of course. But
Right.
would you want to come with?
Where are you going?
Well, we're going to put a stop to whoever took those little peepers out of your eyeballs. I'm assuming.
Well, as far as we know, he's invulnerable, and there's no one that can defeat him.
Oh, these people. We've already faced someone who claimed to be invulnerable and
No
defeated
one's
them previously.
really
No one's true.
invulnerable.
They always have at least one weakness. You just have to figure out what it is.
Yes.
And you all have very keen senses. I'm sure you'd be a great help. Maybe we can even find your eyes while we're at it.
Oh, that would be fun.
As that conversation is happening, you two can turn off your cameras as our
Oh.
pilgrim goes through the portal.
Oh.
As you step through the portal, dear pilgrim, following John Wayne, you see a peasant village, a good medieval peasant village. There is a wooden church there, and also next to it, not too far, what I would say is like the home of, from its construction of a noble, right? There's a small stable, but it's also, when I say a noble, I mean probably like a not a particularly high-ranking noble, because it's a small sort of peasant village, but perhaps where the person who would be like the knight who is in charge of this place to sort of protect it would live. And then this sort of small, again, this is very, very small, very sort of not particularly, it's not, you're in the middle of nowhere, but it's very familiar to you. It feels very familiar. And when John Wayne's not there anymore, but there's this sort of like blacksmith's place, which is like attached to where this sort of noble's sort of host would be, and the small church, and there's a gathering of people. There are all of these peasants, about maybe 24 of them, maybe, and they look haggard, they look dirty, they look as if they've been wasting away a bit, much like that army of the blind, but yet they still have their sight. They're clearly healthier than those people that you saw. And as they see you, because they can still see, they brighten up. And they are so excited to see you. And they say, "It's you." And you can hear this sort of excitement go through. "We were so glad you've come back from your pilgrimage. And they come, they say, your brother, we're so sorry. He's been murdered."
Oh no!
And you can see that there is like black cloth at the knight's, like on the knight's home that sort of covers it.
Do you know who did it?
No, we don't. It was right the morning of when you left for your pilgrimage. Someone murdered him. We don't know who, but we suspect it might be, well, there's a curse that's fallen upon our land, a darkness. So much has happened while you were away on your pilgrimage. Your brother has been murdered, but also the prophet of darkness has cursed the land, and he's gaining strength every day. The king is mad or dead. All of the nobles have been slain. Like your brother. And you are probably only saved because you were on your pilgrimage, and not here when the curse fell upon our land. Were you...
Do I get the feeling that I also lived in that noble's estate?
Yes, you do.
Hmm.
You get the sense that this was probably also where you lived.
Yeah.
Did you succeed at the mission? On your pilgrimage?
Well, I am bringing back the light. And I'll try to create like a ball of light in my hand.
Roll it for me, would you?
It's going to fail. I'm going to like, I don't know. Keel over. It's the... Yeah, this one is the 60 because it's not like the harder one.
That is correct. That is correct. Mm-hmm.
I do believe I succeed by way too much again.
Oh, yes. You bring forth this light, and it...
I don't have a flashlight.
I'm going to describe a couple things to you, yeah? As this light emanates from you, it is warm and it is healing. And as it emanates out, it's almost like you can see it, right? Sort of like spread out from you. And as it hits the villagers, you can see that it sort of moves around them as if there is some sort of evil force that is sucking their strength and that your light cannot yet penetrate. As if they are in a permanent shadow. And they wish they could feel it. and they sort of gather around you and they touch you as if you are some sort of holy person who is someone they respect very much. And you remember your twin, the one who was just a bit older, the night while you were the holy man. And this is the place where you both grew up. You in this small village church, and he, right, in the knight's manse.
I left on this long pilgrimage to search for answers to.
Did you find the
home.
amulet? The amulet of sight? Did you find it? Because only that can defeat the prophet of darkness.
I found it, but I have left it in a secret place, a safe place.
Well, you've got to use it to defeat him. That's the only way we'll be free of this madness, this curse.
That is what I'm here for. But would you mind refreshing my memory? Where is this truly blind person? I've seen a lot of things during my pilgrimage, and I might have forgotten a lot as well.
Why, we don't know about this part of the prophecy. We just know that the amulet of sight can defeat the prophet of darkness. That's all we know. That's what the
only part
Archbishop
of the
said.
prophecy you know.
That's what the Archbishop said, yes. They said only single-minded perseverance can prevail against the powers of the prophet of darkness, not giving up. The king gave up. So did the baron. They've all given up. We thought...
And, I don't intend to give up. But, like, Bright says it because it's, to him, sort of the appropriate response. Because, again, nothing here makes sense.
And they start to crowd around you and touch you as you are still, still continue to glow, right? Like, you rolled very well, which means you have got this light for quite some time. And they touch you as if touching your cloth might help them somehow.
Yeah, but is it also touching, like, what the children wanted to do? As in, are these people proto-shadow people?
Maybe. They're not, though, yet.
There is hope yet. I need to go back to
shadow
my home.
Over them. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's this shadow over them wherein your light cannot yet penetrate. And they just seem to want to be in your light.
Well,
but they can't.
Here. I need to head back to my home. I need to search for answers, but I will not leave you without light. And I'll just take because I can decide where to leave the globe, right?
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna go in the middle of town square. I guess there's like an area, even if it's a hamlet, there's probably like a area.
Yeah, and it's also packed dirt, right? With like those sort of deep ruts. Yeah.
Well, is there a well?
There is.
I'll just put the light up like above the well. I'll leave it there and I'll say, I will be back, just like I came back from the pilgrimage.
And one of them sort of pulls up this bucket and sort of pours it into like a bladder, like a sheep's bladder, and hands you this sort of this sheep's bladder of water.
Thank you, my good man.
Water. Do you need food? And they sort of bring out like this sort of old loaf of bread. And it's like, it still has got sustenance, but you can tell, like, when you look
Is it moldy?
at the fields. it's dry. It's not moldy yet, but it's
Ah, crap. Okay.
dry, and you can tell that the crops in the fields are dying. But
Okay.
it's not
I
like
think
it's like the life force is being drained. And if you look at the ground, which is normal packed earth, you can start to see bits of black sand as if they've been blown in from somewhere on the ground.
yeah, it's sort of slowly turning into the Black Desert, basically.
As if it's encroaching
I
and
think
creeping.
there's a. I do not know when it started. Well, as a doctor in the 1980s,
Yes.
because I'm
Yeah.
quickly looking up on Google, but the time doesn't appear.
Mhm.
When did people start using moldy bread as antibiotics?
Oh,
Not
ages ago.
yeah.
Yeah, but is it 1200 ago or like 1600 ago?
I think it's a little bit later, right?
Oh,
This is what
ancient
you
Yeah.
Egyptians. No, ancient Egyptians.
yeah.
Egyptians
Yeah.
used it. So I'm
Mhm.
just, as the good doctor,
Yeah.
just remind them all to keep moldy bread.
Oh. Oh, yes.
Do not waste it, and only give it to those who have consumption. I think that's the yeah,
Yes.
because it's caused by a bacteria, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And wounds. You can soak up the blood of the wounds with moldy bread. It's way better than leeches.
Oh. Oh, leeches. You know, weathermongers have leeches. They're mysterious.
Yes, I have met a leech master, leech
Oh.
mistress, I guess,
Oh.
in my travels. I've also
Watch
met
out for her, then.
I've also met a, and before he says witch, he goes, powerful sorceress.
Oh. Ooh. Well, if they will aid you on your journey, but remember,
Water and
don't let
food.
anyone take that amulet. It's the amulet of sight.
Like I said, it is safe.
Ooh.
Do not worry about me, but keep up hope, people, and do not give
laid
in to the darkness.
And you've made very good rolls. When you say that, they're hungry, they're tired, they're drained, they're not doing well. They've had their landed knight die. As far as they know, the king is like, it's all bad, right? And you can see there's like kind of like a darkness seeping into them. But as you say that, and you've left them this light, and you've given them this hope, there's a sense that some of them, a shadow sort of slightly lifts partially on some of them, and some of your light seems to like hit them. Not all of them yet, right? And it's like a little bit of warmth, a little bit of color returns to some of them, and they say, "Yes, we'll do it." And that's when you can hear horse hooves behind you. And
I'll turn around expecting to see John Wayne on a horse.
you do. You see John
And
Wayne.
if it is, where have you been? What is...
Anyways,
Please tell me what is going on here.
well, Pilgrim, I'm here to take you back.
Take me back where?
Well, on your pilgrimage, of course. Are you ready to continue on in your journey?
When will my pilgrimage end, John Wayne?
Well, now, that's a much longer question. And you can hear the people in the village like, well, your pilgrimage wins when you defeat the prophet of darkness. Of course it will. And John Wayne just sort of smiles like, yeah, like that's not the right answer, but that's what they believe.
Right, take me back. I guess there's no way I can truly go back home, I figure.
Well, maybe someday. Come on now, pilgrim. And he points you towards this portal, which they don't really seem to see, the villagers. And they're like, oh, I think that's his aunt. His aunt must have come. You can do it. Please save us. As they encourage you, and it seems as if they seem to see you leaving, like with maybe a cart or a something that makes sense to them. As you step through this portal.
Before I step through the portal, I think I'll say like one last like encouraging thing to them to remember, folks. I will fight for you. I will try to defeat the prophet of darkness, but I am not alone in this fight. I need all of you together. You must believe there is hope.
We have to believe there's hope.
You must turn to the light.
All right. We'll believe.
Do not give in to despair. I will be back. And I just look very quickly at John Wayne to see what's his reaction to that sentence.
He's got this kind of funny little smirk, like he finds it very interesting that you said it. And it's this kind of a weird flash, like he's simultaneously John Wayne, but also someone else. Yeah.
Yeah,
but like, the smirk is not negative. It's more like
No. It's more like yeah, you were saying that to them, but you and I both know that this isn't where you're going. Like you're not coming back here.
But there's also
not
a
as in
vibe
you're not
of
coming
like
back because you're gonna die. Like you're
no, not like that. But there's also a vibe of interesting. It's like he's assessing you and has found your tactics interesting and is taking note. Right? There's like that kind of like a flash of that. And he says, "We'll probably see each other again. I imagine."
I don't suppose you know where I'll end up next, partner.
I might.
By telling me so we can get prepared.
Well, I hope you can dance. Come on. Also,
I'll follow him or hop on his horse or.
And he pulls you up onto the horse, and as you're like going through this portal on his horse, he says, "Well, I believe it's a place called Chicago." And as he rides you through this portal, and he says that about Chicago, you find yourself on the other end of the portal in the Black Desert with the army passing by and the motorcyclists and Margaret and Janice there. Margaret and Janice, he steps through by himself from this portal with
you're back already.
A loaf of bread and a bladder full of liquid.
I brought peasant food.
That looks awful.
Huzzah!
Oh, but I do have some good news for you.
Oh.
This is almost over. John Wayne assured me that we are going to Chicago after this. We're going, well, not back home, but close to home.
Yes, but Chicago when?
That's the ticket, isn't it?
Please, Janice, don't ruin this for me.
Who am I to argue with John Wayne?
Oh, we also said something about dancing.
I love dancing.
I may too. Who knows?
The most important thing, before I forget.
Oh, yes, don't forget the most important.
This person's home village, my home village, is slowly turning into this, pointing to, motioning to the desert.
Awful.
It begins with a loss of hope. The people that live there were not yet shadow children, but close. Like they wanted to touch me. Well, they did, but it didn't do anything. And they weren't afraid of the light. They craved it in a way. I also tried to show them how to make penicillin.
Congrats.
Because, might as well fuck with history while we're at it.
I might as well.
Well, I don't know how historical all this truly is, given gestures to the motorcyclists.
Yeah, well,
Fair.
history might already be truly fucked, for all we know. There was something else. Oh, the amulet is needed to defeat the Prophet of Darkness. And I believe we need to do everything. And he looks at Margaret in a concerted effort at once.
All right.
As in of a single mind. Apparently, this is
I
what the
hear
prophecy
you.
says.
It was one time. A girl can dream.
Yeah, I mean, there were 2 kiss marks on the cheeks, but I'm not going to argue.
And as the army passes by, you can hear them singing. Where do we go? We don't know. Off to the war we'll go far. The darkness is clear, and our gaze in a leer at the innocence of the world. And there might be a king or a duchess in there, who knows? They just seem to be hopeless, defeated, wasting away to a mere shadow of themselves as they sort of pass by. And the motorcyclists wait by you. Like, can we help with anything?
Well,
welcome back, Bill. It's nice to see you.
Oh.
Well, hear you, taste you, smell you.
Do no. You can still use the word
we
see.
did
It's
about
an
oh my
expression.
goodness.
Sorry.
Well, I believe we are heading in that over further away. If you want to give us a ride.
Oh, of course. Hop on.
Dr.
I'll
Bright,
hop on with-
you can have the taste one.
Yes, that sounds. Yep. I'm gonna go on the one who could maybe hear us.
Mm-hmm.
I'll go for the feelings one.
Oh yes, feelings.
Feelings.
I'll go
Yes,
with my apparently
smell
new pal, broken
or
nose
taste.
guy.
That's
Oh,
fair.
there you go. No one wants the taste guy. Nobody wants.
He likes to lick people. I just like to lick people.
All right,
With
My
the
dude,
fine.
you're gonna need to keep that to yourself.
Yeah.
Mhm.
His tongue's quite long though. It's fine.
Oh,
And the engines rev, and
That's it.
off you go
Whee!
into the dark sands of the desert, following this path northwards. And you ride for hours and hours and hours. It is. The sun travels across the sky, and still you travel and journey down this road. Nothing to be seen in any direction. And eventually, it is dark. It is time to make camp. And they pull off, and they roll out like a sleeping bags, right? And they sort of set up camp. And they're like, well, we'll have to wait until morning. If you're
we
all right with that?
did skip sleeping last night. Maybe we could sleep in watches though, just to make sure an army doesn't accidentally trample us all in our sleep or something else, in case there's a second one.
I think that sounds like a fine idea.
Yes. And Taste says, I'll take first watch.
Neat.
And-
Do one of us need to take a watch with this guy?
I think we should.
Oh,
There's
I
3
think
watches.
none of us should sleep.
But you need rest to heal, and somebody's got a
Oh,
pretty
crap.
bad injury.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
me.
I
I'm definitely.
I feel like
sleeping.
as long as one of us stays awake with one of these guys, we'll be maybe okay. We can like cycle through.
Well,
someone
I
should-
have some broken ribs. Whoever wants to stay awake with Mr. Taste. deep mouth.
Fine.
Not fun.
I'll take a first watch.
Can I get a medical check from our doctor?
Yes, I'll make sure to. Well, I mean, maybe
'Cause
more
she's at
than
a-
one.
She has a medium wound. It's not great.
It's true.
Yeah, but I think I'll do one on at least for sure, Janice. Margaret, are you even scratched? Because
No.
I can
Nope.
also take.
I'm fine.
Okay, so it's
Margaret's
Janice
like
and
a
myself.
ballet dancer out here, just avoiding injuries.
I'll begin with
It's
Janice.
the leeches.
Mhm,
Leeches for luck.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, Janice.
Uh,
I'm sorry I failed.
yeah. He wraps you up. He's going to be able
My
to sort of
ribs.
fix you. Your ribs will be okay. You're still gonna the kind of weird mystical scratches you had when you were casting are still going to that's going to remain. But you will if you rest and you sleep through the night, you'll be okay with your poor sad ribs.
Before going to sleep, can I eat one of these delicious, delicious cookies that were packed for me
Yes.
and put in my pocket?
Yes.
Yum,
you
yum.
can. Yes, you can. I'm going to
I
note
feel like a
something.
little peckish.
You eat the cookies.
Nim, 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 nim. Just one.
Just one. Please note, everyone, for the record, she ate a cookie. This will come into play after our break. We're going to take a nice 10-minute break as
Oh
our
boy.
crew
What?
takes a nice rest with their
I want a
motorcycle
cookie.
riding friends.
Oh. Can I just roll?
Buddy.
It is, do you know when you've got like a black and white, you've seen black and white films? you know,
Mhm.
like high contrast. You've got like a white sky and like a black
Mhm.
building, or like, and then what you see is it just keeps flipping and reversing, where the sky is black and then the ground is white and the building's white, and then it just keeps flipping back and forth, and it's all in Dutch angles and strange, right? It's kind of
Mhm.
skewed, but there's something about the flip flopping, right, of the sky and the ground, and like you see a shadow, and it's all like negative reverse, and it's a little bit confusing. You don't quite know what it means,
Mhm.
what that is, but it's this thing that it doesn't it like it's not your subconscious. Do you know what I mean? Like you're like, oh, that's weird. Like it's not like a dream that you've ever had before or you remember recall having before,
Mhm.
but it feels something, you know. Um,
Okay.
that said, who was the last person on watch?
Not
Um,
me. I
think we
got stuck
just
with
said
tongue guy.
Yeah, I think we just said who we were paired with, but we didn't.
I just need to know.
maybe since Janice had the worst injuries,
Yep.
maybe
Your
she'd sleep
last?
the longest first and then get
Yeah.
up and take the last watch.
Nice. So you're up and you are awake and you're on watch with this like little fire. Um, and you are there with feelings,
Yeah.
nothing more than feelings. And everyone else is asleep. It's just you and feelings. And you've had that weird dream, you know? Oh, it's weird. Um, and feelings is sitting there, like polishing his chain.
That's what they call it.
And what you see is you see feelings like sitting there, right, cross-legged by this fire. You're there, sort of feeling a little bit better. Still got some kind of weird scratch, and feelings is feeling the chain and like polishing, feeling, and then feelings just goes and just falls asleep.
Uh,
And
fe- feelings,
feelings
feelings.
is
I would reach over and start
asleep.
like kind of sleeping.
Mm-hmm. Just
um,
like that, asleep.
looks around at everyone else and whoever is lying closest, probably Margaret, reach over and kind of like shake.
What?
Margaret, Margaret.
What? Sandman? What? What?
Feelings just passed out
That?
very
Oh,
suddenly.
sudden. We should wake up Bright. Bright.
Right,
Bright.
right, Dr. Bright, Dr.
What?
Feelings passed out very suddenly. It was
Passed out or
very
passed
odd.
away? And I'll look like, is his chest? Do they even breathe?
No.
Mm.
No, but I mean all four of them.
Mm-hmm.
They
No,
don't
they
breathe.
don't breathe. They don't breathe.
Okay, so I
The
can't
people
really
who are-
check that.
The army that was marching, they breathed. These four don't
Wait,
breathe.
so you said he passed out. Was he upright?
Yes, he was sitting cross-legged and he was messing around with his chain.
Maybe check a bit for a concussion. I'll go by feelings and I will heal him up. I mean,
Yeah,
assess his
speaking feelings
condition.
language.
You are like sitting there, like assessing feelings, and feelings seems to have gone into this deep sleep. Of course, feelings also doesn't really breathe exactly, but feelings is alive. You can still feel the kind of weird warmth of their body. It's not exactly the same warmth as like your human body. I didn't mean that. I meant just your body. But like they, but feeling seems to be alive. And as you are sort of checking, you notice you have this sense of somebody standing right next to you, also checking. Just like, kind of like standing over your shoulder, like seeing what you're doing. Hello.
Wait, who are you?
Hi.
That's a good question. There is a person in the camp with you. Who's there? You see a man, sort of older, skin very healthy.
Odd for the area.
Yes. Bright.
Eyeballs?
Yes, yes. Do you
Also
know,
odd for the area.
have you ever seen those people who've got those like really intense blue eyes that you're like,
Mm-hmm.
maybe it makes you feel a little uncomfortable because they're so intense? Do you know what I mean? You're like, I don't think actual people have eyes like that, but every once in a while there's like one of those. You've seen an actor or two that have those like super intense eyes. A little bit older, sort of looks like they've studied quite a lot in that kind of way. They seem like a learned sort of person. Although also wearing an wearing this sort of like mystical hat, sort of like round hat with sort of like mystical sigils on it. Also wearing mechanics overalls. And mechanics overalls and this like mystical hat and mechanics overalls. And seems very friendly, sort of sparkle in his exceedingly blue eyes, slightly weirdly blue eyes, and does not have any sort of means of conveyance with him, and he's just like kind of just like he's not so close that he could reach out and touch you, but he's kind of like leaning over, and he goes, "Hello, my friends. Oh, I hope everything is all very well with you. How is it?"
Who are you?
Me.
Yes. Where did you come from? How did you...
Isn't it obvious who I am?
No.
No.
I'm the Prophet of Darkness. How are you?
I'm
hope you're
sorry,
doing
you're,
well.
you're what now?
The Prophet of Darkness.
Aha.
At least that's how people, that's what they call me. That's how I'm known. It's sort of like my title.
Well, you
What
seem
would
a
you
lot
call
less.
yourself?
Oh, Stanley?
Statly, then.
Wow.
Yes, but Prophet of Darkness, I feel like has a bit more oomph to it, don't you think? I think
Sure,
You
so.
seem a
Stanley.
lot less dark in character than I would have been expecting.
Oh, yes, well, I mean you all no harm at all. I've just come
Honey,
to...
there are a few who seem to say you meant us a great deal of harm.
Well, people talk, you know. It's probably a bit of a misunderstanding, really. You see, look, you may not realize this, but I serve a very great and a powerful supernatural force, which, right now, as we speak, rules most of the world, either directly or indirectly. And myself, I'm a very, very powerful person with quite a few supernatural powers, and I control all sorts of beings and thoughts and ideas, and I'm especially a power, and awful powerful, also invulnerable. But I'm very friendly, and I don't mean you any harm. As a matter of fact, I only mean you well.
How many fingers am I holding up?
2. So, I noticed that you've had a bit of trouble running about in the desert and all this, and I understand that it's been a bit difficult for you, and I want to apologize for all of that. I want to help you out.
How do my leeches seem to feel about the presence of this individual?
Watch. Just don't. I'm going to prove to you that I'm here as your friend. Don't worry. Eh? I notice that you have the worst food ever. If you do not know, I'm able to grant wishes to myself and others. I wish for a glass of wine. And out of nowhere,
That's a
a
poor
glass
choice
of
in the
wine
desert.
just appears in a goblet in his hand, and then each of you get 2 glasses of wine. 2 goblets of wine appear in your hands.
Oh,
Yes.
So every time you make a wish for yourself, it doubles for anyone else? Is that how it works?
Yes, those I wish to give gifts to. So, for example, and he has like a little scratch, like a little magical scratch, and he goes, I wish that my wounds are healed. Boop. And his wound is healed, and any of you have 2 wounds or less, you're all completely healed.
I dip one of my leeches into the wine to see if it's
not poison.
poisoned.
No?
Does
A
it
little bit
seem
drunk now.
like a drunk leech? Okay.
Yeah, well,
Do my leeches seem agitated in the presence of this individual? Like he's a low blood pressure system
No.
walking? No? Okay.
no.
Just I'm a
I-
weathermonger.
They don't
I'm,
seem to register.
Mm-hmm.
I like to put a little water in my wine, if you know what I mean.
Ooh.
I'm just gonna open up the sheep's bladder and pour a little
Yeah.
bit of that water in it. Does it react in any way?
Give me a roll.
Ooh.
Of what?
And you don't have the skill for it, so give me a roll.
No, but like a D100?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Okay.
Basic roll. Basic check.
12.
Mhm.
Ooh.
Because of course, when it doesn't come to doctoring,
Yes.
I can do shit.
Yes. Let me
You
ask
just
you
have
a
to upgrade
question.
medicine one more time.
I'm going to ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
How do you imagine wine would react when water is poured into it?
Well, I mean, Bright would imagine it just dilutes the wine, but that's if it's regular wine.
Mm-hmm.
If this is unregular wine, which is what I assume this is, because I'm wary that this is, I think it's going to hiss, sizzle, bubble, and then just like when you shake a beer and there's just like foam that'll come out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Very movie style. Very over the top.
We're
I would like to say that exactly what you said to the word is what happens. At first, it looks like it's diluting, but then you think that maybe it's a little bit suspicious. And then exactly what you imagined is what it looks like. Both of those things happened.
I'll just throw the cup away and, shout to the other 2. He's trying to poison us.
Oh, I am not. And he sort of takes...
Oh, Fred, no.
He takes your other glass of wine and he drinks it. It's all right, isn't it?
Well, aren't you immune to all damage and poisons and
yes.
such?
Listen,
Then drinking
I'm
is not
here-
very good clue, is it?
Well, I am here to make amends for whatever trouble you've had. I can grant you wishes.
Well, why were you sending these nice boys and others to kill us? Indicating the
Oh,
motorcycle.
that was a misunderstanding. But
Yeah, it
as
doesn't
I am...
seem like a miss.
Oh,
It seems pretty clear.
No, I misunderstood the whole thing. But let me give you wishes to make up for it. What do you wish for? I will grant whatever wish you like.
I just made a roll
Yes, please.
for myself. Simon needed to know something that perhaps Bright knew. And I guess he knows of it. So he's only going to kind of, corner of the mouth, to say to Margaret, get the MacGuffin. I figure he knows the term MacGuffin, and he...
Yeah. I don't know if Margaret knows the term MacGuffin, but Janice certainly does.
Yeah, Margaret has read a lot of books. So Margaret
Because I believe that MacGuffin comes from Hitchcock.
Possibly.
It came from Angus MacPhail.
Oh, nice.
Who was in the 20s, and then Hitchcock adopted it. But
nice.
Good. That's where we all know it from. So
Yes.
Also, it is in Janice's pocket.
oh,
It is in Janice's
Janice.
pocket.
Sorry, Janice. Janice, get the MacGuffin.
You're,
Oh crap! Janice,
you're
we don't
not
know about it.
very subtle.
I'm here to grant you wishes, to make amends. Whatever you wish for, I will grant.
Oh, whatever I wish.
Margaret, no!
Yes, within my power, of course.
Mm,
Items?
yes.
What do you wish
Where
for?
does love fall on your
Oh.
wishing preferences?
Well, love is actually
Could you
not a
make
thing
someone
I
love
could-
me?
Oh, no, but I can, if you wish for riches or gold or
No,
carriages.
I don't need
or
any of that.
Do we need physical things?
Margaret, can't you accept it? It's not meant to be.
No, it's going to happen. It just has to happen more organically. I shouldn't have tried to wish for it. You're right. It's something that needs to
Listen,
grow and develop
You're
over
a human
time.
with cells and human things. These individuals made of sand and non-corporeal. It's there's difficulties
Love
there.
finds a way.
I'm here to offer you presents. What do you wish?
I don't need anything material, physical. It's not from
Oh,
you.
surely something.
Brian's gonna motion to the 4 horsemen.
Hmm.
What did they wish for?
Oh, they're not special like you three. They don't get to have wishes like that. I'm not here to make them happy. I'm here to make you happy. You three are special, and I just wish to make you all more positively disposed towards me by giving you presents out of the goodness of my heart.
That didn't actually answer the question, though. Did you grant a wish for them?
Oh, no, not at all. You, the witch, would you have a wish? What might I give you?
And I think while this back and forth, Janice takes a little drink of the wine.
Mm-hmm. May I ask you a question?
Yes.
What is your favorite wine?
A good Merlot normally does the trick.
What year
I
is
want
your
wine.
favorite?
Ooh.
It can't be after 1985, clearly.
We would say a nice 73.
That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it tastes like. You remember it well.
Oh, this is Dr. Bright. I thought you said this was poison. This is quite good.
Technically, all alcohol is poison.
Well, that's true.
When I poured the water in it, you know how water interacts with wine normally.
I don't water my wine down.
No, but you know what would happen if you put water in wine.
Yes, technically.
Well,
I figured that if this was poison, it would sizzle, bubble, and overflow, which is what it did.
I have to make the wish for you, but if you let me know what you wish, I will make the wish for you, and then it shall be yours.
Let's have one moment, and I huddle everyone. A huddle.
Oh, yes. You're listening.
Of course not.
So perhaps, based on what Bright told us earlier about the MacGuffin, perhaps the MacGuffin needs to make contact with the plot.
Do you suppose this? Do you suppose this is the one who is truly blind?
No, I don't think we should give maybe like a boop.
Oh, you mean like hit him with it?
I mean, it could be more aggressive, sure.
Or like pretend to stumble over.
Or wish for like a hug or something. I don't know.
it could. I
Do you
mean,
see-
I would say it couldn't hurt, but it certainly could.
That's true.
Friends?
Oh, kind of backs away. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Prop. What did you say your name was?
Prophet of Darkness.
Well, your other
I-
name.
Stanley.
Stanley.
But yes.
Stanley.
Yes, I serve a great supernatural force that's taking over the entire world, either directly or indirectly.
Oh, well, that's more information than we had moments ago.
More like rules the entire world and gives me great powers.
Just you're dressed so smartly. Look at you with this hat and these over. Oh, this is so nice. You know, and Janice will kind of be going, not like suspiciously, but just kind of meandering up, just like any grandmother would.
I will note that he always moves. You are not within touching distance of him.
Huh?
Well, that's perfect wish then. I wish for a hug from you, Stanley.
Stanley, I have.
Yes.
Well, yeah, why don't you come on a little bit closer so I can see you properly? These old eyes, you know how they are.
Oh, you see, I have a thing about germs. I think that's what you call it where you're from.
Oh, well, and kind of glances back. I wish that you would come right over and stand right here, right next to me, approximately 7.5 inches away from me, foot to foot, and just stand there while I do something to you.
Well, that seems like a very small wish. Wouldn't you wish for something bigger, like gold or?
No, it's the simple things. I'm a simple woman.
That seems like a waste of a wish.
Well,
should
you
wish
said you
for-
could do anything. Why,
I
that would just
can.
require you to take a couple steps forward. You wouldn't even have to do anything spectacular. Besides, they can make spectacular wishes. You certainly could do it all. Come here.
Well,
Come
you
on
see,
over.
it feels to me as if you're all thinking too small. I want to grant you the biggest wishes, your heart's desires. The
Oh, so you're
biggest and most
insulting me.
exciting things. No.
So you're
No, I would
insulting
never.
me. You say that I'm thinking too small. I see. So you really can't grant any wish.
No,
Oh.
I can do whatever I
Well,
wish.
Turns around. Well, unfortunately, this is no true prophet of darkness. He can't even
You
grant
could
the
wish
smallest
for a
of
really
wishes.
big hug.
Turns back around.
Most people I interact with, they
How many people get a hug from the prophet of darkness?
The
That's a
prophet
pretty
of
big
darkness.
wish.
It is, but I expect
And bold.
I expect it would be a good hug, though. Full contact, none of this back patting nonsense.
At least 10 seconds.
At least. And if you want to give a little squeeze wiggle, you could do that too.
give me a bargaining roll.
Oh, why, I would love to. Oh, that's an 11.
Mm-hmm.
And I have 2 levels of bargaining, I do.
You do. He looks
I'm
at
a
you
bargainer if ever there were one.
and he says, "Well, because it is you, particularly you. But I get a wish first, though.
Well, it can't conflict with my wish. That wouldn't be fair.
I wish that I were blind in one eye." And one of his eyes glazes over as he steps forward to give you this hug, and then all 3 of you lose all of your eyesight.
At least we don't need eyesight if he's hugging you to boop him with the thing
That's
that you
true.
have in your hand.
It's quiet.
So,
Unless he never hugs
Mhm.
you. In which case,
Well, he
that would
has
be
to.
rude.
does he go in for the hug?
You don't hear anything.
Would I not be able to feel a hug? I said
a
I
good
wanted
question.
to feel this hug.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
I
Yeah.
said I wanted to feel a little shake, a little
Mhm.
wiggle.
Mm-hmm.
No backpats though.
So you rolled really well, you know?
Yes.
And you sort of feel a hug. What do you imagine that hug would feel like?
A nice bear hug.
That's what it feels like. Rewind.
But it
What do you
has to
imagine?
last at least
What
10
do you
seconds.
imagine it'll feel like? Like this guy, overalls, hat. What did you say you imagine it would feel like?
A nice solid, like,
Mhm.
you know, when like you haven't seen somebody that you're really close to in a while,
Mhm.
but like somebody that
Mhm.
you're like that
Mhm.
you're really genuinely close to, not like a stranger hug, but like,
Sure. Mm-hmm.
get over here, you rascal, I haven't seen you in a good long time.
Yeah. It feels just like that. I'm sorry, what did you say you imagined the hug felt like?
The sort of hug
Uh-huh.
that happens
Mm-hmm.
and that is long enough for someone to do something with their hands that they don't need to be able to see.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Sure. It feels just like that. This old friend of yours, what were they wearing? Like with that last time you had a hug from a really good old friend you hadn't seen in a long time, what were they wearing?
Overalls and a fancy hat, I believe.
Okay, sure. Can I get one more roll from you?
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
That's a 100,
It is.
which in some settings would be a great roll.
Oh. So the thing is, you can't see.
Mm-hmm.
None of you three. You've all been blinded. Before I come back to you, dearest the witch, what do you two do? You've been blinded. You can't see.
Well, first of all, if I have been blinded,
You have?
we are in a desert.
You
I
are?
don't want a rogue puff of air to blow sand in my eyes. I'm gonna just
Mhm.
close them first of all, because that's what you should do if you can't see, to protect
Interesting.
your very fragile eyeballs from other things. And I'll be
Interesting.
like, can anyone else see anything?
Also, I
Doc?
do want to say the witch would do something as soon as the blindness happens, but
Well, that would be before the hug then.
that's fine.
So you are blinded before this hug comes in. I want to know what y'all do.
I feel like as soon as the blindness happens, because I think there would be a split second of seeing that he's making himself blind in one eye.
Mm-hmm.
I, as the witch, am gonna roll to make him blind in the other eye.
Roll.
I'm not having. We're gonna be on equal footing. So help me. 12.
Mm-hmm. Take a scratch.
Yeah, gladly.
I lied. You don't take a scratch. You should.
Is he not really there?
Yeah, it didn't do anything to him.
Here's the thing. But you rolled really well on that blind roll. There's nothing to catch purchase.
Yeah.
You know? And
That's
you
the one time I've
remember.
rolled good on that.
Oh, but that does do something important.
Mhm.
You are a witch.
Am.
And you know that there's no purchase there. And you recall the taste of the wine,
Mm-hmm.
and it's whatever you wanted it to be. And you pay attention to your body. You are still thirsty.
Mm-hmm.
And you touch the scratch that you had, it's still there. The one that was healed
Mm-hmm.
magically, it's still there. this is an illusion, or all those things that he gave you were illusions.
Well, if he's here, he's not close enough that I could throw a blindness at him.
Oh, remember how we had that conversation earlier about how all of you can do magic, but I can't?
Oh,
maybe
what?
I can unblind sight, seeing, eyeballs.
weird. It's weird.
Don't put eyeballs everywhere.
Can you make a roll?
I would love to.
Take a scratch.
Okay.
Oh!
Ow! Something scratched me.
Oh,
It was
that's
you.
a good sign.
Wait, is that how that works? This sucks.
I have to tell you something, my dear friend who's blinded by love.
Yeah, I am blinded by love.
You mentioned a conversation you had earlier, right?
Yes.
About being a weathermonger.
Yes.
Weathermongers, what do they do?
Observe the clouds, the weather, the terrain, the smells of the atmosphere, and most of all, nature's little barometers, the leech.
What is one of the most important skills that you would need as a weathermonger?
Observation and sight.
Interesting.
Or arthritis.
You may wish to check your
Old
roll
hips.
20. And you may wish to read it out
Clear
loud.
sight. This skill enables you to see things as they really are, canceling all illusions. To use clear sight, you must keep your eyes closed and pass a success check. Every time you try to use this skill, tell the storyteller you have discovered a scratch wound. Clear sight taxes you. For continued clear sight, make a success check each round. Okay. Cool.
Roll again. Because you didn't hit the 60, I believe it was. Yes.
I rolled really good this time.
Yes, you did. Describe what this looks like as you cast off the illusions, including the illusion of blindness.
Oh, so I imagine because this is the first time Margaret's used magic here. So she's just saying things like eyeball, seeing, unblind, scratch. But as she's saying it, she can't see it because we're all blind, so no one sees it. But like, there's like this glow of an eye, like at the third eye on the forehead, just glows, and then it like sends out just a faint little like wave, just and any like kind of like if there was a desert mirage, anything that was an illusion just ripples away back to how the desert actually should be.
And Janice and Bill, if you look with your eyes, they are cleared. The illusion of blindness is gone. And you see before you, there are no goblets. There was never any wine. And the motorcycles are there. The motorcycle riders are there. They are skeletons.
Holy shit, I think that worked.
Just,
wait. Do we have skeleton friends? That would be so cool.
That would be pretty cool.
And they're sleeping.
Dr. Bright, try and wake one up.
Hey, hearing.
I'm going to gently shake taste.
And the prophet, who is your good friend and never wanted to do anything bad towards you at all, not being present, taste of shakes. You can see like taste's bones rattle a little bit. Yes. Oh, is it time to go?
Yes.
And it's just like a skeleton skull, like an animated skeleton skull,
All right, I think it just got even cooler. I'm not going to lie to you. This is pretty dope.
What?
This is great.
What?
Yes, it's
This
time.
beautiful weather we're having.
The desert is marvelous this time of year.
Yes. Wake up, taste. And it's just like clacking of
Let's
bones.
go. Clack, 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 clack. Just a little.
Yeah.
Somehow still off-putting.
Yes, a bit.
And your 4 motorcycle riding friends sort of get up, and they can just see their bones aligning as they sort of stretch themselves up. 'Cause they
Oh,
have
I
no
love
flesh.
this. This is way cooler.
Bandanas.
This is impossible.
My friends are so much cooler than they were before.
And Smell just claps his bony hand on your shoulder. Bill, what's wrong?
Bad
Yes,
dreams,
Bill.
this one.
What's wrong?
You need to eat something. You're all bones.
Oh. And he goes and he reaches into his pouch and he pulls out some beef jerky and he starts chewing and it just like falls through his skeleton.
Mm.
Delicious.
There you go. Fatten you right up.
Mm.
Isn't that right? Right.
Yes, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Can we go?
Yes.
And they hop
Oh,
on the motorcycles.
Yep. And no one rides
Rev
its
them up.
taste again.
Right. Oh, I can't even look at him.
Would you allow your skeleton friends to, your summoned reanimated skeleton friends
Yes.
to ride you closer north?
Of course.
Oh yeah,
we
they're
would.
they're with us.
We're
permanently
with the
now. They're-
Bone Riders now.
The Bone Riders,
Yeah,
yep.
yeah.
As you travel north. Bill, you know when you're riding in the back of a motorcycle with somebody, you have to hold on to them.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
You know, do you feel okay, skeleton?
I mean, I guess the first time that Bill tries to hold on to the skeleton, probably realizes that the only thing it can hold on is a spine.
Yeah. Or pelvis.
Or the shoulders.
Yeah,
or pelvis.
sure.
But depending on how fast we're going, I can probably just hold myself like with the
Mhm.
seat, right?
Yeah. You don't want to put your
It's
arms
not
around
like we were
your-
going to swerve.
Oh,
You're
I've
right.
got
Don't-
full arms around hearing. We're just
Arms, a
Buddies.
leg.
yep.
Bill
Woo!
is creeped out. No.
Nice.
I thought you were a doctor. Shouldn't this be fascinating to the human anatomy? Skeleton
I've
up close
seen
and personal.
skeletons before. I have
Yes.
Have you ever
They've
seen
never
them
been
doing
so
this,
alive.
though?
well because
Have you
it's
seen them doing this?
impossible.
Feeling, pop a wheelie.
Oh, and feeling just like pops this wheelie, and it's all like fabric, like just flowing against a skeleton with small runes on it, just like having a lovely time.
Right. I'm going to be a bit curious. It's a wee bit curious.
I knew it.
What's connecting their bones together?
Magic.
Here's the thing. You're a
Belief.
doctor.
Yeah.
You've seen skeletons before
Yeah.
in classrooms, and in classrooms they're attached by metal posts and that
Yeah,
kind
it's
of
like little hooks and such, yeah.
yeah. That's what it is. It's just like any other skeleton. It's completely normal, obviously.
Simon wants to try something, but I don't think Bright would do it. I'm just gonna leave it there. I'm gonna put it in chat in case someone wants to try it.
So you travel. It takes quite some time.
What are you looking for? The funny bone?
It's a good question. And as you are traveling, and as they're it's sort of in this sort of like what would you call it? Twilight? Do you know what I mean? Like it's about ready to be dawn, and it's about ready to be dawn. And as you travel, it seems like you travel for hours, but yet it's not. Dawn has not yet broken. And then it happens. The first lights of day stretches over the desert. And your riding friends, the wind is blowing through. Well, your vision has been cleared. It's not blowing, it's just skulls. But the light is stretching over the desert on the north of the horizon. And when you look, you can see in the distance on the horizon a building stretching out up into the sky, lit back against the rising dawn. Multi-sided, choose side. Yeah, there we go. Oh, it didn't do it. Come here, hold on. Choose side. There we go. Choose. You see in the distance what looks like a 5-story parking garage, all metal or something. You can't really tell from this distance. Speaking of our stunt driver, I feel like I need to point out something to you.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Remember you had that dream because you ate the cookie?
Yeah. Light, dark, up and down.
Yeah.
Switching big time.
Yeah. As you're looking, you can see this black. It's against the light coming. It's this sort of black parking garage there above the black sand of the desert, and the sky is now becoming white. And it reminds you of that kind of weird Dutch angle sort of dream that you had. But it seems very large, this building, but the sides are distorted. You can't see it very well what it is, but they seem like a heat mirage. The edges are strange and the angles are weird, and you don't know. It's black, but then it seems like it might be a white building or a gray building. It's unclear what color it is, right? But then all of you see in this far, far distance a shadow on top of the parking garage, rising, all just black, right? Because you can't make any details from this distance. It's like
It looks like someone who'd be very tall, though.
Not yet. Not at this second. However, we do have a few more seconds for this to happen. The figure seems like a tall person, right? Shadow at the top of this parking garage, far in the distance, sort of perhaps looking at you. And the figure seems to be wearing like a hat in the shadow. The shadow of this figure is wearing a hat, one that might seem familiar to you, Margaret. And this figure, this shadow figure, seems to get bigger. And it's not because you're getting closer to the building. The figure itself seems to stretch and get larger. It's still a shadow. And it gets larger and larger. And this figure, this shadow, black, right, against the white sky, gets larger and larger until it just blots out the sun. This shadow.
Get you a man who can blot out the sun.
Enormous shadow detaches itself from the building. And then it stretches out its arms. It's a shadow, and it's maybe a mile away, who knows? it stretches out its arms as if to give you that hug you always wanted, Margaret.
Marry me!
And then the
Or
shadow
at least let's get
folds
dinner.
itself forward,
Uh-huh.
bending towards the desert sand. And the shadow merges into the black sand.
Ooh.
Margaret.
Hi, it's me. Margaret. Jay
Same
Murder
strong
Ross.
shoulders.
Ah,
Same physique. I imagine you know the Sandman's physique fairly well.
I've been up close and personal with it numerous times. Not
That's
close
the
enough, though.
Sandman. Currently a
Sandman.
two-dimensional
Sand shadow. Maybe I can catch him like Peter Pan.
That's what you want, right? Yes. And as you're riding,
Well, if I
Your
catch the
motorcycle.
Sandman's shadow, then the real Sandman will have to come and have me sew back to his feet like Peter Pan and Wendy. Yes.
Margaret, this is
You
not a
see-
bedtime story.
You're right, Peter Pan is a horror
Fingers.
novel, but it's fine.
fingers, black shadow fingers, emerge from the black sands. 3 foot, 4 foot tall, these fingers.
Ooh. Little on the large side right now.
And they come to reach out to you since you called. The shadow intends to touch you. Let's roll initiative, shall we?
Oh,
my-
okay.
fuck.
Oh, is she gonna get nabbed?
Oh, I so am. You keep rolling tens tonight, Troop.
I do roll 10s.
Do you want to roll it, Simon? You're the only one who hasn't rolled
Yeah,
initiative
sure.
so far.
Do it.
You know, I'm getting nabbed.
It's yeah.
She getting grabbed.
I mean, that's what you wanted, Margaret. So I mean, enjoy it.
This black shadow emerges against the black sands with the white
It's out of my cape. That's
sky above it. Janice, it's almost as if everything is in black and white for you in the moment. Do you know what I mean? It's what it seems to you. Everything is so stark. And
There
this,
we go.
this enormous shadow figure goes to reach out to Margaret. I roll a 13.
That's real fucking good. I'm fucked.
Oh, it was neat knowing her.
The shadow, these hands, this two-dimensional, almost like paper folding, reaches out with the
I
most
don't have a
romantic
ring big enough
caress,
for it.
and it touches your face. And it feels as if your flesh is being ripped from your body.
Oh, that's delightful. Not really. No, darling. No. Gentle, please.
Very gently,
How injured am I?
It rends. Oh, it's not good. It's
I
bad.
didn't think so.
Uh,
How severe of a
you-
wound do I?
it's a medium wound.
Oh, medium. Okay. Like a
Yeah.
medium rare. Medium wound. Cool,
Mhm,
cool.
mhm. Like you feel.
Ow, darling. That's a bit
like
rough.
you can feel like the flesh inside underneath your skin beginning to break and
Ooh.
rip and tear.
Fix it. Fix it.
And it just feels
Fix it.
the most excruciating pain that you've ever felt.
Put a leech there.
It's y'all's turn. What would you all like to do? There's a two-dimensional shadow here.
I think. Hopefully this wouldn't take a move, but I think Jess would yell over at William. It's touching Margaret.
And
Ow!
William has an idea. William, the sword is sheathed, right? I have my walking stick in one hand.
Mm-hmm.
Is it like enveloping Margaret, or is there like some distance? Can I put myself
there's
in between
distance.
the two of them?
It's come out to reach and touch her.
There's always
Oh,
distance
okay.
between
And
us.
it's this large shadow creature, right?
Yeah.
And
it, like,
okay, I
Ooh.
would like.
Emerges from the black sand.
Okay. I will put myself in between the two of them. Lift my staff up and my hand, in which I'll make the light appear. And just shout, I am a servant of the secret fire, wielder of the flame of an oar. You cannot pass. The dark fire will not avail you, flame of Udun. Go back to the shadow.
I enjoy that very much. I feel like you're gonna take a scratch for that light.
My throat is gonna take a hit too, or IRL. Let's hope it works.
Ooh. Banish the Balrog.
Oof! I succeed. Flush.
The
It's. I think it's just 1 round, right? Oh, it's 2 rounds for a light.
2 rounds.
Okay.
Your light emerges, and I'm going to tell you something, and then I'm going to tell Janice something. You see the light sort of emerge, but this is something altogether different. And the shadow, it's like you're looking at something that's slightly not weirdly dimensional, right? It's like this, like we're seeing a 2-dimensional thing in a 3-dimensional world, right? And your light sort of moves about it, and it pauses for a moment, and it seems to sort of like slide around to try to sort of like move around your space to get to the person who's been calling him.
Stalking.
And you see
Dreaming.
the shadow sort of like try to like move into the sand and try to come around, and you might be holding it away from Margaret for the moment, but you don't know how long it will last.
I'll just turn
But
to
it's
Janice and go,
poking.
this is now or never. I can't hold him back.
Janice.
So, question.
Yes.
I've been having I had this dream about the flipping
You did?
Yes,
Yes,
and
you did.
you know, I know there is an ability I haven't discovered yet, which
That is correct.
and even though I have 1 magic ability, I'm a witch, so
Mhm.
maybe I would have more than 1 magic ability.
That'd be weird.
Wouldn't it just? Can I try and swap colors? Can I try and make what is in shadow light?
That seems very unlikely. I feel like you're just making up stuff now. Anyway, if you'd like, you can check out your skill on the Roll20.
Change color!
Woo!
Yo! All right. You can change the color of any item or being.
Yo, Sandman.
Tapped around. The skill is magical, but its use is taxing. I get a scratch every time.
Turn his black sand to white sand.
Yo! Gotta give props to someone who is more on the ball, Margaret. Yeah, so with that, so writing on the back of this, hanging on to feelings, both literally and figuratively.
I feel like we're both hanging on to feelings right now.
Janice would take Wanda and like kind of point the end of the broom over there, and then just like this hand that keeps coming out, change the color from black to white.
Please roll, and I will take that scratch for you.
14.
Ooh.
I certainly
That's
will
good.
roll. My arm.
My face, darling.
A cut emerges on your body.
Oh,
As
that's more than
you-
last time.
Yes. This shadow figure is trying to get to Margaret.
Finally,
To
he
hug
noticed me,
Margaret.
senpai.
Has noticed you, but Bill is holding this figure back, so the figure cannot quite find an angle in. And you think that maybe you can change its color, and you decide you can change it to any color you want, and you want to change it to white. Is that correct?
Hang
That's
on.
what you said. Is that
That
correct?
is what I
Yeah.
said.
Because when
And
we
so
had this
describe
is
it.
sand in the last one, it changed to white when he was defeated. So maybe.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, let's go with it. It's just every time you ask me
That's my job.
That's
I
Trooper's
know
job. Yeah.
it gives me pause. Yes, we're gonna change it to white sand. White hand sand.
You're sure?
White shadow.
Yes.
All right. Describe what it looks like as you point Wanda towards this figure who is emerging but still connected to the black sand, trying to take its, like it's just two-dimensional knife-like shadow around Bill, who's holding it off, trying to find a way around this.
So pointing, and I imagine at this point, like our skeleton buddies are our buddies, so probably starts like kind of peeling in an arc around. And as she's doing this, you can see the cut starting to like tear open in her skin, and she's doing that. And then you
No.
see like kind of these, you know how it in a movie, you'd see like kind of like almost like in the same way that you would see a mirage or something, but like the air looks affected around it and it goes over, and then this beam of weird air like hits the hand, and then at the tip of it you start seeing like it start to turn white and start to like creep down the hand, and then I feel like whether or not in reality or just in our heads you hear like kind of this roar as it kind of it like does that, and then kind of reaches back like this, and then as it turns to white, like the sand starts like doing what sand does, and then the black sand would just have like a of like white sand kind of right in there.
There is a roar of pain and agony as this sand shadow that is black starts turning white just as you described it. But here's the thing. As the bits of it that are attached to the black sand turn white, it cannot hold, and it starts to detach from the black sand. And remember in your dream it was like black sand, white sky, and as it just starts turning into white sand, it is pulled up into the sky against its will as it tries to reach
Well, that seems
out
good.
and hold to get Margaret, but cannot because someone is standing in the way with a staff, and it cannot
I'll sort
reach.
you later, my love.
And
I'll send you a
as you,
text.
it is pulled into
Right.
the sky and dissipates.
Oh, nice.
Bye.
I prefer his human form. Ow. It's just tough love, right? Did you see that? I think he's into me. Ow, my
Do
face.
you want it to be tough love when I look over your wounds, Margaret?
No.
Then will you stop pursuing a man who is just hurting you?
Well, technically, we don't know what this creature is. It could not even
That's
be
true.
human.
Just why can't you be interested in more mundane things, such as getting the hell away out of this, whatever this is?
I mean, Margaret, look at these fine skeletons. Look at these fine boys. This one has a
And
lot
this
of
one
feelings.
just like turns.
Oh,
It's a smile.
Mm.
Hey, Smeller. I guess it's better a
Yes?
name than Smelly. Do you mind if I try something medical?
Sure. As they're riding towards this building, this sort of black
Yeah.
parking structure.
Chat, I'm doing this because everyone
Just do
else
it.
convinced me on Zoom.
It just,
And there
it's
is
important.
a part of morbid curiosity
Mm.
with Dr. Bright. I'll unlatch his skull from the rest of his body. I want to see what happens. Also, before I do that, I will warn him to just slow down a little.
Oh,
because
all
we
right.
need more stability. You know, the
Mhm.
motorcycle vibrates too much when you go fast.
Sure.
And I'm not going to remove it rapidly or something. I'm just gonna slowly lift it just to see.
Like one
First
would
of
with a
all,
best friend whose head you're lifting from their body.
exactly.
As you ride, well, as Smeller rides,
Hmm.
you have his skull in your hand,
Hmm.
and he says, "When are you going to do the thing?"
He's still looking. I'm holding him so that he looks forward,
Yeah.
right? Um, Smeller, you don't need to. Well, you do not see where we're going, right? How do you know where we're going?
I can smell it.
Oh, so if I do this and I'll rotate the skull slowly,
Mm-hmm.
does it change anything?
Smells a little bit different, but I can still
Does it
smell where we're
smell
going.
worse?
Can you go
No.
faster?
Yes. And like, and the motorcycle
Ah!
revs, and you all start speeding closer to this building.
So I think the Margaret and Janice would see as like we get closer to them or up to
Oh, yeah.
them, on par with them. Bright is just putting the skull back on. He's a little giddy and just goes. They don't feel a thing. They don't need anything.
They're
That's
They can
good to
control
skeletons.
their
know.
body without a head.
What are you talking about?
Nothing.
Theories, medical theories. Don't worry
Medical
about it.
theories. Yep.
He's a doctor.
And then Smeller, the one with you, goes, "Wait, something's wrong."
Oh.
And the wind shifts.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
The wind was blowing north, and now it starts blowing south as you get ever closer to this parking garage. And the details of it, when it was all sort of shrouded in shadows, right? Now you can see it much more clearly as you are now very close to it. But the first thing you notice is the smell.
Oh.
It has this smell of decay,
Oh.
of animal disease, of rotted flesh. And as you come closer, it's still unclear what color it is. It seems black, then it seems gray, then it seems white. But one thing is certain, as you see this 5 floors with a top, and to the south, the big opening with the ramp, the walls, what would be metal beams, right? I mean, you've seen things like that. They're metal beams. That's what they should be. This is bloated, and it ripples. It's rubbery.
Mm.
Ew.
It changes and pulses from black to gray to white to black again. And you know this is a framework of rotting flesh. And all over this parking structure made of pulsing flesh are thousands, hundreds of thousands of eyeballs.
Oh god.
Oh.
Just
Oh,
all
that's where they all
throughout
went.
the building.
Hmm.
Well, that's certainly not the one who's truly blind. Look at all those eyes.
True. Right, could you look at my face, please?
Ooh.
How bad is it?
Not good.
I mean, we're still writing, right?
Yeah, but you're coming right up to this building. You're just coming
Okay.
right on up to it.
Well,
Let's-
Margaret,
let's
have you
just
seen our friends,
stop.
the skeletons? It's something like that.
And it's all just pulsing flesh with
We should
eyeballs.
pause a
The
moment before we
entire
get
building.
there.
Yeah,
Look
I'll
at
ask
this.
Smeller to stop and I'll tell Margaret,
Yes.
you know, and Janice, maybe we should stop.
Please take a stop. Just pit stop here for a few minutes, and then probably get a game plan, maybe.
I think Janice would ask the other motorcyclist though.
Yes.
Ears, can you hear anything coming from over there? Feeler, do you feel anything about this place?
Ears listens.
I don't want to know what Taste knows.
Taste will love to tell you though. Ears says, I think I hear blood rushing in veins and screaming. And Feeler says, I feel shadows. I feel machines. I feel someone half here and half not. There are figures whose life I cannot drink. And Jawbone goes, I can tell you what I taste.
You know, it's you know what we're holding most important information. We're holding on like a secret, like a very important secret. You keep that right on the tip of your mouth. Yeah, right in there, right in there.
The pulsating building switches colors, beckoning you.
All
And
right,
your
all right.
four friends don't seem to notice because they're also animated
Yes.
skeleton.
If Doctor can't help me now, we'll just persist on.
8 hours.
We can, but we just need to.
Yeah, no, well,
need to take a
I don't.
break.
We should just keep going. It's right there. I mean, really,
It is right there.
I don't think it will just stay there for 8 hours. If you do catch my drift.
It might come here by then. We should
Yep.
go to it.
I
You
want
should
to
totally
try
sleep.
to put. No.
Just,
I want.
just sleep right here in the shadow of the parking structure.
I've been keeping some of my leeches
No.
hungry.
It says 8 hours of rest. It doesn't say 8 hours of sleep.
Yeah, but you could just sleep right in front of it.
No, I'm
Yeah,
not
but we
going
could
to
just
do that.
sit down and stare at the eyes, like have a staring contest for 8 hours.
We would lose.
Are you
Get our eyelids.
insane?
I think we just go. Let's just go for it. I want to try to put one of my leeches on the wall.
Yes, let's see what
I'm gonna
happens.
get up there. Yes. If it's fleshy. I've been keeping some of them hungrier.
Your motorcycle friends,
Yes.
necromantically
Let's go.
summoned from another place.
Our buddies.
They ride you up to the ramp and they're like, what do you want us to do
Oh.
now?
Can we get close to one of the walls, please?
Sure.
Here. Thank you. And I'm going to take William Jr.
Oh,
No,
that's
too
you.
cool of faithful.
That's your
Well, yeah,
little
no,
one.
because he's like a ray of brightness and hope, and I'm going to just stick him to the wall. Just see if he takes. Because it's fleshy, and they love flesh.
This flesh is rotting. The flesh is gross. It is oozing, distended,
Well, in that
and
case,
whirling.
I'll use Gregory.
You're sure?
Yes, Gregory.
Okay.
I have a bunch of leeches. This is for science. I'm a webmonger.
Okay. You take Gregor, who you care very much about, right?
I care very much about each and every one of them, yes.
And you place it on this very gross, rotting, nasty,
very
decaying,
gross-
diseased building.
Look, leeches are a great medical treatment. Maybe this wall just needs to bleed a little bit.
And as Gregory is attached to this wall made of flesh, Gregory attaches.
Good job, Gregory.
And
I knew you'd latch.
latches on. and you can see Gregory begin to pulse.
Ooh.
And
He's dancing.
the building made of flesh
Mhm.
begins to desiccate as Gregory gets bigger and bigger.
Gregory, hungry boy.
And the eyeballs start to twitch and tentacles start to rise up as if you had gone into the building,
Oh,
that perhaps there might have been large numbers of tentacles that might reach out to give you
Oh.
hugs. But as they try,
oh,
you can see Gregory just sucking all of this sort of whatever it is that's animating this flesh. And there is a pop. And Gregory explodes.
Oh, Gregory, no!
But the building has lost all of its flesh, and it is now just a metal structure. All of those tentacles that were waiting to say hello to you are gone.
good job, Gregory. I'll
Are
build
there
a
still any
statue in your honor
eyeballs?
one day.
The eyeballs have sort of fallen, and they're just gooey gush.
Rolling
they're just-
around on the ground.
No,
Oh,
they're like what's the
Yeah, they're
word?
not really great at holding shape, actually, if they're not in a
Yeah, yeah.
socket. Eyeballs are weird
Yeah,
like
they're
that. Yeah.
just
Gregory.
because I can't help myself. Janice is gonna go like grab a couple of the eyeballs and try and put them into feelings sockets just to see what happens. Oh, there we are. Well, can you see anything?
Yes.
Oh,
Oh,
Harry, what color would you like? I found another pair of hazel over here.
Oh,
Janice,
yes, I
you're
chose
beautiful.
I chose brown for you. I hope that's okay.
Mm.
But hazel eyes and skin hearing.
I have a handout for you all. Let me
Oh.
get it to you.
Oh no.
Is it 4 skeletons with eyes? This is very much a heavy metal poster.
It's a very
Because that would be
specific
awesome.
handout.
It is actually the map of your parking garage.
Oh.
Is what you got.
The next best thing.
Inside, you've got like 5 floors in the top, the roof, right, which is also a floor, if you know what I mean. And inside this parking garage, now that all the murder flesh has been taken away by the leeches who
Good
sacrificed
job,
themselves,
Gregory.
the parking garage is full of cars. Cars from the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s.
Janice,
cars whose
pick your pick.
model you don't really recognize.
Ooh.
Every single car has its headlights broken.
Mmm.
Every one.
Darkness.
Yes, it does.
Mm-hmm. They're the eyes
As
of the
if
car.
they've been. Yes, they are. And they are all broken. Every
I'm
single
gonna
one.
pick up a couple extra. I'm gonna put eyes in the rest of our skeleton friends.
Same. I'm gonna put some extra ones in, as much as I hate to say it, my pockets.
Nice.
I was gonna
Just
say the
waiting,
same.
Just waiting.
I'm a witch. I've got witch pockets. There's all sorts of weird in there. What are
I
some
would like
eyeballs?
I would like to put a couple eyeballs in where the car's smashed headlights are.
Might as well.
Before we do, because we have time issues to deal with, right?
Oh,
you
okay.
have to just- you don't have murder tentacles, but you've placed eyes in your motorcycle riding skeleton friends, your riders.
You're
of the
more effective
apocalypse.
now.
And Bill, you were going to say something before I say anything.
Bill felt a little bad while we were picking the eyes, so he just asked Smeller, like, what's your favorite color?
Oh, I really like purple.
I will try to find purple eyes.
Oh, nice. We're in a fantasy world, absolutely. It takes you a little bit, but you can get 2 good
I
purple
fucking
eyes.
hope there's purple eyes after everything we've been through.
Absolutely.
If like that was the one like logical, realistic thing in this whole
Yeah.
Be like, whoa.
I know.
Well,
Yeah.
immersion broken, man.
I don't want to break your immersion. Of course, there are no purple eyes. No, there are. They're purple eyes. They belong to Elizabeth Taylor. Somebody stole them, so that's cool. And no,
some
but
other
as you're-
unethical eyes.
as you're gathering eyes, you hear it. It's in the distance. It's probably up there. And I wish I had the good sound effect for it, but I don't. You hear the jingling.
The jester.
Keys? Oh.
Way up top. And not only do you hear the jingling, then you hear.
Do you think he's torturing the jester up there?
Did he throw the jester off the roof? Is it like
We would have heard
from
a
up there?
splat.
Or is it
lower
like
down?
No, it's more like someone's torturing the jester, perhaps.
Oh yes.
Oh, that's too bad.
Right.
Like,
More of his
how
eyes.
fun is it to make the bells jingle while you torture someone? That seems fun.
It's fair. Janice, which is your favorite car here? Pick one. I feel like it's a good idea to have you in a nice big metal tank.
Yeah, let's see. We're gonna look around, see if there's any tank girl style situations.
Stunt driven.
Yes. So, what kind of
There's the Batmobile.
tank girl car would you like? We've got some like nice 1970s heavy steel-bodied cars, some with little plates on the front. You've got some. There's like an SUV, but I don't think it's actually that great of quality. There's some. Actually, you don't know what a SUV is. They're these really large, weird, boxy cars that kind of look like That's weird. They look like.
That seems odd. You're saying words I don't understand.
I don't know what kind of car. It is.
Let's go for one of the big boxy ones that look like. So, true story, true Rockette story. My first car when I turned 16, my grandparents gave it to me. It was a Jeep AMC Eagle when Jeep and Eagle were but one company. It was gray primer. It had 4-wheel drive. It was jacked up like 5 feet off the ground. And it was indestructible. So something similar to that.
Yes, no headlights though.
I'm going to put eyeballs in where the headlights are just to see if because by this weird logic of putting it in skeletons and the eyes being the headlights of a car,
You know?
see if that fixes it for you.
I need to know the order of things. Eyeballs first, or Janice trying to work the car first?
Eyeballs first.
Ooh. I think you should work the car first.
Think so? Okay. Maybe make friends with it. All right.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna have to hotwire this car if you want it to run.
Yes. I will do
You
that.
may use stunt driving if you like, because you have that skill.
Yay! I was hoping.
Yes, indeed.
19.
Ooh.
So here's the thing.
The first spark
This-
just. vroom.
Yeah, this. I kind of feel like you're a little bit sketchy. Trivially easy for you to hotwire this car. It's like you've been
Then-
hotwiring cars a lot.
I've got some yellow peepers that I think
Mhm.
look just perfect, like perfect headlights, and I just
With little cat
say,
eyes.
yeah, same time just stick them in.
They melt into the headlight space,
Ooh.
Ooh, hey.
and the filaments of where the headlights are seem to spark a little bit.
You got headlights, darling.
Oh. Well, everyone, jump in, buckle up.
I think the motorcyclists should stay on the motorcycles as like a what is it, like not a cavalcade or a blockade, what do you call, like where like
Caravan.
you get
Caravan.
Convoy.
convoy, yeah, like we when someone's very important and you've got like the motorcycles behind them and the
Mhm.
cars, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like they're the
Motorcade.
pallbearers and we're
Yeah.
the coffin.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes. That's
So you
what a
all-
wonderful description there.
You all get inside this very heavy steel vehicle.
Yes, I do with Janice.
You say that
Escort.
like it's a death trap, but I trust Janice.
Fine. You all get into this very heavy steel vehicle with a lot of physical weight behind it, and you begin to move up this
Mm-hmm. Parking garage.
this
Let's save the
parking
jester.
garage.
That mage was the prophet's an asshole.
I don't want to have to listen to him doing flips anymore, though.
Could you run over the prophet, maybe?
I don't see why not.
Nice, but he's invulnerable. I still think we need to boop him with the necklace.
So,
What if we
As you
tie
begin
the
to move.
necklace to the front of the car?
Oh,
we
with the little
run
like
with
where
it.
the like panther would be on a like a
Oh,
hood ornament.
yes, the little
Let's put it on
ornament.
there like a hood
Yeah,
ornament.
as a hood ornament.
Yeah.
I love it.
are you going to do that?
I think we should.
I think we should. I think that'd be awesome. Like, sup, prophet?
I just want to
Pulls
make
it out of
sure
the pocket.
you're gonna do it. You just have to let me know.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because I need to know these things.
That's too epic an idea to
It
make
is,
the
it is.
necklace a hood ornament. I mean, look at that thing.
So-
That thing screams hood ornament.
It does.
So
Mhm.
you do that then.
Yes.
You
Yes.
tie the special amulet that people want, and you're gonna just put it on the front of the car.
Yes.
That's
Okay.
yes. We'll have the motorcyclists kind of like on the side so that no one can. Well, hello, friends. If anyone tries to take the hood ornament, beat them up, please.
Sentimental value and all.
You tie this hood ornament. This
I'm gonna keep an eye out on them because now they can see, so they can see
Mhm.
what the hood ornament is.
Mm-hmm.
How
That is correct.
But there are BFFs.
how are they reacting when we ask them to prevent people from touching it?
And they're like, anyone who has this hood ornament should be killed.
Oh, we're returning it to its rightful owner.
Hmm.
Forcefully.
Hmm.
We just want them to see it coming.
And
We're going to
you-
deliver it personally.
We're not
deliver
carrying
to-
it right now. The car is carrying it.
This is true. We're going to give this to the prophet of darkness.
I think I need oppressive gloom. I think that's what I need here.
Yeah, I was gonna say, why are you playing
No.
bagpipes?
I was like,
No, I-
fuck yeah, bagpipes. That's epic. Let's
I need some
go.
oppressive gloom. So you begin driving this heavy vehicle with your phalanx of 4 riders, motorcycle riders, of the
Oh, we
apocalypse.
could hang it from the rear view mirror too, but I love the hood ornament idea.
I
of
do
smashing it
too.
into him. It's
and it's
too
onto
good.
the hood ornament.
Yeah.
And how fast are you driving?
Very fat. Like starting off, you know, gotta
Getting
get
around the corners
feel
and
for
not
it.
crush our motorcycle friends. But besides that,
They're nimble. But yeah, getting a feel for it. But as we go up, like getting faster each
Mhm.
ramp up. So by the time we get up to the top, like take the curve around and like it's the back end skids, like you know, it's not
Nice.
like a full donut, but you see the tire marks on the parking
Sure,
garage. floor.
sure. There is something that's gonna get in the way before you get to the top, though.
Okay.
That's true. You're getting air off the ramps, right? First floor, cars. Second floor, cars. Broken headlights. Third floor, cars, broken headlights. Fourth floor, cars everywhere, broken headlights, spinning, tire tracks, getting ramps, getting air. Fifth floor, only one more ramp to the top. No cars anywhere. All empty. All dark.
except our headlights.
Except your headlights
And
you see 2 figures near the ramp where you need to go to the top. One is a man
It's the old man, the kid.
in overalls with
Oh, hit
a
him.
hat. Let me tell
Run
you
him over,
about the
James.
figure first, though. Before, because you got to get across to him. He's on the other end.
it's fair. It's fair.
And in front of him, kneeling, is another figure, being, body, kneeling. And this figure has got like mottled gray flesh that seems to be sort of falling off a little bit. And is wearing like just shredded clothes. They kind of remind you of your home, Pilgrim. Although at least the home that the body that you currently are inhabiting is from. It seems like the kind of style from that home. And the minute you come up, right, it's all happening very fast. You come up over the ramp, this figure turns and it has no eyes, just whites. And it doesn't even have, like, you can see bits of its flesh, like its bones through the flesh. And the Prophet of Darkness, very friendly, if you remember, your good friend, does not mean you any harm. He said so.
Yeah.
Says, kill them! Kill them! And
See, I knew it.
It's kind of rude.
I'm up out the window with my dagger, like I'm ready to joust with this car. You hit the prophet, I'll stab the guy. Let's go.
And
Our jousting.
Right? And it begins to, you have to imagine, in the light of your headlights, right? You can see the jester shriek at you, this figure turn, all blank white eyes, standing up, shambling up, and it starts to run towards you, right?
No.
As you're careening towards it, it starts to run towards you, and the prophet begins to run towards the ramp to get to the 6th floor, and this figure starts to fall apart as it's running towards you. And as it falls apart, you realize it's more like it's dividing, like some kind of weird amoeboid beast.
Ooh.
And it becomes then 5 of these figures.
I'm glad we have the 4 motorcycle riders with us.
Hey.
Running towards you, right? So now you've got these, and they're running towards your car and the motorcycles. They're strange, bony, fleshy, weird, like finger body flesh running towards your car. Grimy hands clawing the airs as they try to come to murder you. Meanwhile, the Prophet of Darkness is beginning to run the other direction to try to get up to the top. What do you all do?
We ram the Prophet of Darkness with the car, let the motorcyclists handle these punks, and just stab any that get within car range, because I'm out the window with a stab. We can have Bright out the other window with his sword if he wants. We could be like car jousting our way to hood ornament right up the Prophet of Darkness, because he's running away. So just right in the back, just.
I'm gonna
if any of the amoeba bits are in the way, I say we just run them over.
Just run him over.
I'm gonna need some rolls. So here's the thing.
All right.
You all are in a large vehicle moving fast, which means you all get to go first. Because they are not. Do you know what I mean? Like, so that's just how that goes. I need first a driving roll.
Mm-hmm.
Stunt driving would be the
38.
That's even a hard
stunt
success for you.
Skill?
I think I still have just
60-40.
one star. Yeah, 60-40.
Cool. Need it by 12. I need to ask you a question. No, we're going to get back to you.
Okay.
But you succeeded, which means that your friends are not going to have to take their attacks at the difficult. They can take that the regular.
Nice.
Can I get the attacks from you all?
Yes. Dagger,
Indeed.
I'll go. Blah.
Yep.
Fuck me. No.
Sword.
Ooh.
I got it out of the way for you, Simon.
Because again, I'm not trying to help someone.
Yeah,
This is
of course.
ridiculous.
What is
Why
your
am I
sword
a
skill?
doctor?
60. Oh, yeah.
I am very good at
You're very
murdering
good.
people.
You're so good. Hey, welcome to the club. Typically. Except today.
So, I'm going to need a couple of rolls from Janice as we move through this. First off, could you please explain to me how you decapitate our Dilbill, our doctor who cares about helping people very much, how you decapitate this shambling figure? I mean, you're hanging out the side of this big Jeep Eagle, careening towards these figures. Tell me how you take this one out.
I think this is going to be just a maybe a bit stereotypical, but you know how in movies or in older TV shows you had like those delinquents that would hit mailboxes
Yes.
by driving past them.
Yeah.
Like I have an image in my mind. I don't remember if it's in The
Yes.
Simpsons or not.
Yes.
But basically just that. Yeah. Just, leaning half of my body leaning out of the window with the sword and just whack someone as I pass by.
You hear on the other side,
Nice.
shoot, I forgot to take it out of the scabbard. And then there we go.
I'm gonna need some rolls from Janice. These are going to be important. Number 1, please roll.
Yes.
The percentage you need is 150%.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you need. 83. So you
83.
made that by, what is that? 67.
70 or 60. Yeah, 67.
Great. Another one, please.
Am I going by the same?
150. Mhm.
Okay. 44.
Because you're driving a car very fast.
I am. 44.
I see. The next one, please.
25.
Oh,
I'm even better.
125.
So there were 5 of them.
Uh-huh.
One of them just like mailbox, just like a juvenile delinquent. We worry about William Bright a little bit. And then there are 4 more, one of which whiffed, does not get hit by our Margaret.
The
but there are 3
motorcyclist will take
others.
care of him.
I would like you to describe for me, Janice, how you run those 3 over and also destroy them with your critical hits. Please go ahead.
Imagine as
With
you're
the
going,
car.
like, you can take
Please get one of them with the car door.
you can take the driver off the course, but you never take the stunt out of the driver. Something along those lines. So as she's driving, sure, the eyes are on the prize, and that's our guy in the hat. But like as she's going, she flips a couple like spins of the tail, like boop, like under one wheel, under back wheel, just like you hear the under the other one. And I do love that idea. So driving up towards the next one, just door open and bam.
Oh! So, in this game, if you get hit by a car or you're in an explosion, you take catastrophic damage. The skill you're rolling against is like 150 rather than whatever it normally is, which means your chances of getting a critical hit are very, very good. And these things body parts go flying. You have only the
Prophet of
Sandman.
Darkness.
The Prophet of Darkness.
Oh,
The Prophet of Darkness between you and the top floor. And he is running. I need you to make your
Yeah.
stunt driving roll.
I don't think he runs faster than a car, though.
this is fair.
12.
Okay, I see.
We
Well,
get him with that hood ornament real good.
We've
I
been
need you to roll
bringing up
against
speed.
150. If you will.
Alrighty.
This is for damage.
That would be a 17.
A 17 with hood
Nice.
ornament.
Yes, 17 with hood ornament right up the butt.
Right. Yes.
me-
It's a theme.
Describe this to you. As you
We did call him
are
an ass.
running him down, right? You want to run him over, hit him with this hood ornament. And he's running. This is the Prophet of Darkness.
he invulnerable
is
to car?
powerful. He is invulnerable to everything.
He claims.
As you begin to run him down, he's running as fast as he can, but he's not as fast as. How fast are you going?
At this point, I mean, we've been speeding up, I'd say about 75.
And as it is like slow motion, you have Bill Bright hanging out one window. You've got Margaret, the ingenue, hanging out the other window, / also archaeologist. And as your car with that big bumper up front comes, you see it. As your car connects with the Prophet of Darkness, it starts to go through him as if he is incorporeal and cannot be damaged. And the bumper goes right through him and he smiles. And then the front of the grill of this vehicle goes through him and he just laughs because he is invulnerable and cannot be damaged. And then amulet that's on the front of the vehicle hits his incorporeal body. And you can hear it. A chunk. And then you can smell sizzling flesh. As his body gets hit like a bullet through his form. Wherever that amulet hits, it is corporeal. And this
Hood ornament was the right choice.
the hood ornament.
right.
And the hood ornament is about center mass.
I was gonna say that's all
like
the
right
important
here.
bits.
Yeah.
Yes. The car does nothing, but the hood ornament just pushes through his flesh, and you
We are
can
the best.
see
Ah.
it just start melting and fizzling, and he, shocked by what's happening, starts to speak, and blood
Just a
starts
little beep,
pouring
beep.
out, and he just says, "Sandman, blind the prisoner!" And then, as your car moves through
There
him,
was a prisoner. It's the Chester.
his body starts to melt away, and you have killed him.
Bye.
The
Hit the
only
hornets up.
way- The only way he could be killed.
Oh,
The only way he could be killed.
Wait, the only way
you
is
do.
to be killed by touch the amulet or by
Yep.
being rammed in the butt with a car on which the amulet is mounted?
Why not both? Why not both?
little
I mean,
helmet.
I feel like one is very, very narrow.
very specific.
Technically, it's just being touched by the amulet, but I mean, you know, you ran him down, and
We're the best.
Mm-hmm.
he was running. He had the jump on you, but then you ran him down by going. Anyway, so you are you dissipate all of his power. I should take the hat off because he no longer has that power.
Oh,
And you rush up to the top of this parking garage.
mm-hmm.
And
We should
there-
slow down at the top.
And then right off the edge. No, I'm kidding.
No.
There is the parking garage, and you can
Maybe we catch some
see
air on the way up too. Just
everything around you. You know when, like, it's a very intense moment and you can see, like, everything is so clear and crisp. And as you gain air and your vehicle flies through the air before
With
it
the
comes
windshield
landing,
wipers getting rid of the
Yes.
last remnants of the Prophet of Darkness.
the villain of this place is defeated, I guess.
Hmm.
But the top of the parking garage is not empty.
It's got the Jester, right?
It does have the jester. The
Oh,
jester
yay.
is curled up in a fetal ball in the
Aw.
corner of the parking garage,
Yeah.
sort of shaking and weeping. Next to
buddy.
My
Margaret,
love.
no.
a man
Does he have 2 kiss marks? Does he have smooch
with
marks
2
on his
kiss
cheeks?
marks
Oh,
on his cheeks
yes.
in a Gestapo uniform with a machine gun. Roll initiative.
Initiative? Do you want to do it,
But-
Janice? You got the car, or I'll do it if you don't want to.
I sure. Yeah. Okay. I'll do it. I
Car
will
goes
say
fast.
this car is very thick and fortified. That's
Hey, we go first. Hit the Sandman.
It's
It will
the
take
goal.
you 2 turns to get to him.
That's
Oh.
fine.
Didn't we defeat him with the lamp last time?
We do have the headlights on him. Maybe
Well-
that'll help hinder him.
He had to be in the light in order to be defeated.
He is
Yeah, okay.
under the headlights right now.
Uh-huh.
Mhm.
You
Yeah,
try
is the
throwing
lamp
something at him as we drive
warm?
over.
Or is it
By
the
cold because
way-
we used our wish?
You do, yeah. The lamp is now
Okay.
cold. It
The
is now
lamp's
done.
used up. We used a magic lamp.
Mm.
There is the Prophet of Darkness is up there, but Janice, this is just an illusion of the Prophet of Darkness. It's sort of like a. It's
Ah,
you can
he's
just
not
tell this-
real.
You know.
Does
you
he look
have
like a
clear sight.
flickery hologram to us now because we killed the real one? So he's like,
Yeah. Yeah. Janice is moving closer to this scene. What do you do?
yeah. Well, we're in the car with Janice, and you
Mhm.
said he had a machine gun.
We're
Oh
all
yeah.
I would like to duck down to have cover from said machine gun in the car,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and I pull my dagger out of the scabbard.
Mhm.
Yeah, and I face it away and down, just because I don't want to
Mhm.
accidentally stab myself. Yeah,
Mhm.
safety first.
Bill,
Duck for cover,
William,
because this is a tank.
I have a
It is.
question.
absolutely.
So it says that my light that I create, I can put it wherever I want.
Ooh.
That is correct.
That it can move with me.
Hmm.
But say if I put it in the front of the car, does it move
Yep.
with the car and me? Like, can I do that?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. I have a second question.
Hmm.
Could I just
Man.
throw the ball at someone?
Yes.
You said we have 2 turns to get to him?
Yep.
We go
I'm gonna
first
start by
this
throwing a
turn.
ball.
Yeah,
gonna
throw a
start by
ball,
throwing
light
a
at
ball.
him.
Well, you have to cast
Light
it
'em up.
first.
Yes.
You could throw it in the second turn.
Okay,
Okay.
cool.
Roll it. Take that scratch
Whoosh.
though. As
Yeah.
your flesh opens. Oh, as your
Mhm.
flesh opens up,
Ah.
as you sort of will part of your life force to create this globe of light. Because if you remember from the last time, he could not be injured when he was in the darkness.
Tiny question, if I succeed by 24, does that count as a light or a medium success?
24, you said?
Yeah.
Medium.
Nice.
Okay, so it's 5 rounds. We've got 5 rounds.
I
Take
will
that.
note that you already had two scratches. The wound is a little bit deeper that you take to bring forth this light. It's
I'm like medium rare hurt.
And duck.
more like a light. It's like a light wound rather than a scratch, but you can feel that
Oh,
you're
okay,
sort of.
okay. Okay, I'm just
Right.
rare hurt. Okay.
Yes, yes. You have 2 scratches and 2 light wounds. Just noting it. So you're getting into like it's getting a little bit serious for you as you conjure up this globe of light, and the globe of light feels to you as if it has in it the hope of a village that believes in you, that has been given hope.
Just realized I don't have a proper background, and I've been staying on the vampire background this whole time.
Yeah, it's okay.
I'm just gonna put that instead.
The Sandman. The lipstick marks seem more like wounds than they do just love. And the
I did stab him in the heart each time I
Sandman.
gave him one.
opens up. Open fire. Yes. Bullets. This is a very dangerous weapon. The Sandman is very skilled at what he does, and he opens up a hail of bullets towards you as you're careening towards him. And in the corner, you have the Jester weeping, just covered up like this. And the bullets, they hit the windshield. You can hear motorcycles. There's like a fight down below as the motorcycle starts taking out that last person. And the bullets go riding, and I believe,
This
if I remember
person's on
correctly.
the ground and all 4 skeletons are just kicking him because it's
Yeah.
4 versus 1.
Yeah. If I remember correctly, Margaret ducks down below this big, heavy machine as bullets come flying exactly where Margaret's head was. Bullets come right towards you, William. What do you do? Bill, bullets, machine gun fire. You've got this light. How do you not get hit?
Oh yeah, no, because I can't throw it yet, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm just gonna duck down.
With Margaret.
Am I sitting? Am I sitting shotgun or am I in the back?
Shotgun,
That's up to
which
you.
makes sense why Margaret missed.
Then
Although-
yeah, I'm just gonna duck down, knowing that
Yeah.
the engine block should
Yeah.
be more like sturdier than just the windshield.
Janice, how do you not get hit by
She's a
these
stunt
bullets
driver.
coming right towards you? I mean, your face is right there.
Yeah,
It's like an
I
action movie.
Yeah, I think that's really just what you'd have to do is just kind of like wouldn't have a chance to duck down all the way, but as they come would kind of lean over to the side, had flipped the for what it's worth, flipped the
The visor down.
the sun visor down.
The sun visor takes one of the bullets meant for you, and you can see like pitch offwards. Round 2, initiative. I roll a 4.
I can roll.
5.
How to get
Roll a
ready.
5.
Oh,
baby.
heck yeah. Beautiful.
You go
Ram 'em.
before the Sandman.
It's the second turn. We can ram him, right?
It is the second turn.
But I feel like Bright should
Order.
light him up first. Yeah. So
Yeah,
he takes
like,
damage.
y'all go first. We know what I'm doing.
Mm-hmm. Get that light.
William.
Yeah, throwing the light. Throwing the light.
You can use your skill for create light to throw it, but you have to use the harder one because it's ranged.
Ah, okay. It works. It's going to hurt someone, so technically it should work.
Oh.
By a 30.
You throw this globe of light, magical, mystical light infused with the belief of a number of people at the Sandman. And all it does is create light. It doesn't hurt people. But it sticks onto him. And you can see the kind of slightly shifting, slightly unreal form of the Sandman become very solid. Very solid indeed. The kind of, there's always something very shifting about him, which makes it very difficult to actually harm him. But as the light that you have cast on him sits at his feet, staying with him, unable for him to move away from it, everything about him solidifies. What do the rest of you two do? As he has this murderous look in his eye, or Margaret, we can call it passion. And
He's just so passionate.
yes, he has a lot of feelings. And
I feel like since I'm behind Janice in the seat, she's got to hit him first, and then I'll do my thing. Yeah. So, do you want to ram him, Jan?
Let's go.
Please
Here
roll
we
your
go.
still driving.
23.
Please roll again. This time against 150%.
15.
Because you hit him.
15.
Versus
so that's-
150. 135?
Yeah, that's a lot of numbers.
The Sandman is not corporeal in the way that normal people are. If this were another time and place, if, for example, you did not have a mystical light, either from that lamp back in the cave or right now here with him, on him, he would probably just dissipate, as he likes to do.
Mm-hmm.
That
So
is not
hot.
the case right now. And you hit him. This cheap eagle hits him, and there is a crunch, like when you take a metal shovel, like a little metal shovel, and you crunch it into sand at the beach. You know what I mean? Because you're that kind of kid.
Yes.
And that sound as it hits him, and you can see parts of his body dent and crush. His eye is still alive, and he is knocked down and off, and he's like on the side, and it is you.
My turn.
It is.
Yes, he's prone. I'm going to
He is.
jump out of the car.
Mm-hmm.
Going to rush
Do you
over
roll?
to him.
Do you roll?
Do I roll? Yes.
Yeah, when you jump out.
Of course.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
obviously.
I need to know how dramatic it is.
Oh, I roll, and I stop to a roll right where he is prone on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
And I say, next time, my love. And as I plant one on him, I put him out of his misery because he's not going to want to carry on like that. He just got crunched by a car. So I'll roll my dagger for you.
Please do. Please
Do
do.
you kiss his forehead so he has a
I do
third?
kiss the forehead. Yes.
Or
Yes.
the
I'm
tip of the
saving
nose.
I'm saving the lips for next time. Don't worry, my love. Next time we'll be together. And then, sorry, my hair's sticking to my lip gloss. I
It's
put it on
dramatic,
just for the
that's why.
Sandman. Oh no! I don't stab him successfully.
You go to stab him, and he puts his hand right where the dagger is, and he holds it, and he looks
like-
at you.
And I'm like, that's so hot.
And he
Mm-hmm.
smiles, and he reaches out to kiss you.
Oh! And he's gonna do something mean, probably.
And as he reaches out to kiss you,
Mm-hmm.
you can see. Wait. I have to roll something first. That's his attack
Oh,
roll,
okay.
which is a
Yes.
success, by the way. But I need
Yes.
to roll this. That's also a success. He does not fall unconscious.
Oh, that's fair, because he did take a math. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yes, yes, he did.
Because I smooched him. I revitalized him with my love.
And he reaches out to you, and you can see
Uh-huh.
that these kiss marks are scars. And as he
He's
reaches
got a
in
new
to
one on
kiss
his
you,
forehead. Yeah.
there's a reflection of something in your eye, in his eyes, that's not
Uh-huh.
you. You're not quite certain. It's like somebody behind you. You're not quite certain what. And
As long as
as
it's
he
not
reaches
Janice.
out, his mouth opens, and these shadows
Oh.
come and envelop your face. And
That's
you feel that
Not like that,
same-
darling.
Big
No.
shadows.
This same kind of intense, fiery pain. And my dear friends, you all see her begin to
Yeah.
like lose
Yeah.
liquid in her body.
I do have a
You know
question
what I mean?
though. Because he was prone, it was a harder success, right? So it's not as much of a degree of difficulty.
That is correct.
Okay,
but this is
that's
his
a lot
shadow
better.
attack. This
Yeah.
is his shadow attack, which
It's better to have a shadow attack at a less severe difficulty
Yes.
than his shadow
Yes, it
attack
is.
at a big ol'
Yes.
success. Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
If he'd rolled a little bit worse, he would have missed you completely, because he is
Oh,
prone.
Because I bet it
and
was
not in a
40.
good
I bet it's
space.
40 right
Yeah.
now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Very
It's
close.
40 right
So
now.
close.
It was 60, but then it drops to 40. Next round,
Yeah.
round 3.
What,
I roll
how
9.
severe of a wound did I take? Just out of curiosity.
Medium.
Okay. That's 2 mediums for me. I'm gonna
It
roll
is
it
2
this
mediums
time.
for you.
I'm gonna
I know.
stab
I
my
did
love.
already.
Oh, you did already?
Too late.
Okay.
That's a 4. Didn't make
He
it.
goes first.
I wouldn't have made it either.
He smiles, and you can see his teeth are made of sand.
Uh-huh. Oh no.
I need to roll. I need
I'm
to roll
in
to see if
danger.
he stays up. No.
Sand teeth
Oh.
don't
Okay.
sound great.
I'm gonna make an attack roll just for dramatic effect.
Uh-huh.
Nice.
Oh, that would have
Okay.
been real bad.
Yes, it would have. So he comes at you. You can
Oh,
see
really?
his
Oh.
eyes boring into yours. Your friends are so close; they're inches away with perhaps being able to save you from whatever he's got going on, right? And it's so mesmerizing. And he pulls out this silver dagger, and
Oh,
he
wow.
goes.
It's so
He's
fancy.
going to kill you. And
I'm
you
gonna
can
stab you through the heart. We can die together.
He's going to stab you through the heart. He's holding the dagger you've got on him, and he takes a step,
Uh-huh.
and he presses the tip against your breastbone. And he is going to kill you. And right as you can feel the very tip of the dagger.
Just the tip.
Just the tip. And your friends are converging upon you. He coughs, and he spits up sand. Black sand. And you can tell that he's like not ready to go.
Mm-hmm.
And he begins to collapse into sand. That
Oh. Because he's unconscious in the
just-
light.
Yep. And you can just hear
So he
him
dies.
say, soon. He does die because he cannot.
Yeah.
If this were a different situation, perhaps. But
And like he's holding my dagger, I grab his,
yeah.
and as he melts away. And if that dagger doesn't melt away, I have 2 daggers.
You do, and one of his,
Oh,
but he could
Like,
not.
and I'll turn around and be like, "Hey, your present."
You are alone on the top of this parking garage with just the jester in the corner.
Kiss the blade.
I think Janice would go over and just gently, are you okay, young man?
Right,
And he sort of
Jester.
like pops up with all of his joy and energy, and you can see that his eyes have been ripped out and they're just bleeding sockets, and his like little bells are jangling. And he says, "There once was a pilgrim most kind who came to help a land who was blind. He made it through frights and the scariest of sights," just blood pouring out of the sockets. "But still, the poor fool is blind."
So Janice is gonna reach into her pockets and just very slowly pull out a couple eyes and just slowly we're just gonna just boop right in there.
I think he needs the hood ornament.
And as you place the eyeballs into him, do you remember how when you put them into the 4 motorcycle riders of the apocalypse, they affixed, and then now you've got these skeletons with like little eyeballs, and when you put them into the cars, they melted in the filaments, sort of like woke up. You place them into his eyes, and they just
Sit there.
and then fall back out.
Oh.
Oh, that was a mistake. Yes, I think he does need the. Here, let's get you this.
Said the poor fool is to blame. A fool, a jester. I think he's the one. Also, he's the prisoner of the asshole that we rammed. So I think he's.
If
It's gotta
anyone
be the one.
deserves it, takes it off, and we'll go over and just go and pin it to his little outfit.
Just Nicholas, just.
Yeah.
Before you do that, I just need to confirm that you want to give the magic amulet
Yes,
to the jester.
I'm for it.
He's
Well-
truly blind.
He's
Mm-hmm.
truly blind.
Eyes didn't fix it.
Well, here you go, young man. Hopefully this will, I won't say bring a pep to your step. It seems like you haven't lost that, but anyway.
You place this amulet in his hands.
There you
And as you place it into his hands, his flesh starts to shift. His body starts to shift. His strange gestural space starts to shift. And he stands upright, bright brown eyes. His
Those are
clothing
new.
is different. He's now wearing very fine Renaissance garb. And he's tall and handsome. And he's got a little pointy beard and a hat with a feather. And he's got slightly, his ears
Shakespeare?
And with this smile, he looks at all 3 of you and he claps. Just once.
Hello.
And he says, "All's well that ends well."
Bet you
And
say
he
that
looks-
to all the trios. I can pronounce your space.
And he reaches out to you, Janice. He says, "I shall leave a verse for each of you." And he reaches out his hand, first to Janice. And he touches the wonderful wrinkles on your face. The wrinkles that show all of the sort of experience in life you've had. Who knows how many lifetimes. And as he touches you and smiles at those wrinkles, he falls into your body.
What?
What? Intimate.
And you feel him flow into you, and you feel different. Something's changing. The jester's gone. But then the jester is there still. Well, Shakespeare's there. And he turns to Bill Bright. And he steps forward to you and he says, "To you I gift this verse." And he puts his hand out and he places it on your heart. And he says, "Keep hope." And he falls into your body. And he's there one last time. And he turns to you, Margaret. And he steps up to you. And he's about to touch you. And he says, "Scholar from France, sent here to find out what affliction befell the land. Well, all is mended."
We.
He smiles. And he sort of takes out a quill and he writes down the story that he wants to write to tell about you. And he closes the book, puts it in, and he says, "Thank you for the amulet. I leave this verse to you." And he leans in to kiss you right where you had kissed the Sandman. He steps back for a moment as if there might be something on your cheek. So he takes your hand instead and he says, "This hand still yet lives." And he kisses it. And as he goes to kiss it, he falls into your body and he is gone.
I don't know what that's supposed to mean.
And you are alone, except on the ground at your feet is a piece of parchment, a fragment of parchment that I now leave to you to read for us all. On roll 20. Should
Oh,
be
there it
there
is.
by your other
I
fragment.
found it.
At the bottom.
For old men at their end know your beginning. Blindness, the twin of absence, and its object sought feelingly, mapped in recollection, until you read the fault lines in your eyes.
Feels like it's going this way.
Yeah, it's like the bottom left. We have top left and
Yeah.
bottom left.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. We need top right and bottom right.
We need so many bottoms. I
We,
mean,
we need
feel
top
like you might
and a
already have
bottom,
some
technically.
yeah. I need a switch.
Guess what?
No, nothing.
Guess what?
We
Oh, yes.
finished it.
You blink.
Oh, yes.
And let me open this up for you. Hold on. I have prepared. And I put the map up so that everybody else can see it as well. Let me see. I need to get to my map layer. Pardon. And let me get to choose side. And then I believe that's the one I need to choose. There you go. And to the left of the parking garage, you'll have your new map area or new image for you, as we sometimes do. So, because I like to set us up for the future. For
Oh,
success,
yeah, you do. Oh,
I do
like to set you all-
Chicago. Swanky.
I like to set you all up for success. If you could, let me just, I need this. Where am I? I need one thing because of how printouts works. Thank you.
I'm not sure if this is this looks to me after Prohibition.
It's the, so your mind or your body, we can't really tell which one, flies through a cool black void. And then there's this pop. And there's this nightmarish whistle, whirlwind of noise. You hear people screaming. You hear gunfire. Pop, 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 pop. And then there's this burglar alarm going off. There's this alarm happening. It's like an old style alarm. And it's exhilarating. there's this, oh, Janice, you might have felt this before, a world of heat, power, speed, and fear. And as you see this woman, and she's in this 1930s dress, finger waves, her eyes are aflame with just like excitement, and she's got a pistol in her hand, and she's running towards all three of you. And she says, well, don't just stand there. Get to the car. CJ's waiting on us. And these 1930s vehicles, cars with running boards, just they're like 30s cars, right? They just like rush up, and there's this like you realize you're in a bank robbery. You are robbing a bank. You're robbing a bank. You're robbing a bank in the 1930s, and
Love it.
people are afraid of you. The tellers, they're hiding behind. You have got guns. What is going on? And you're in the middle of a bank robber, and it looks like there's a getaway, and you think cops might be coming, and there is Bonnie, your friend Bonnie, and her boyfriend Clyde, and they're asking for you to get into the car so that you can escape.
Oh, I don't hesitate.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Janice,
If I'm mid-bank robbery, I am not waiting for the cops to be like, oh, I'm sorry, I just now got this Bonnie. There's been a mistake. We are getting the fuck out with Bonnie and Clyde. They had a great track record until it wasn't great. And I'm going to hope that this isn't the one wasn't great incident.
But maybe you don't want to get into the car with them. I don't know.
Oh, I think
Hell.
likewise, I think Janice would run over like open the driver door, and whoever is there just like knock him further in. Jump to the driver's side.
So I need a choice. Who got to choose? Whose turn is it to choose first?
I haven't
Rocket,
chosen first yet.
Lindy, A, B, or
Yeah,
C?
I think I chose first last time.
I have to go last.
Pick which one?
A, B, or C?
Ooh, I've been a grade A student as a scholar. So I'll go with A.
Please note your handouts. I will now add your handout. You are A. Rocket, B or C?
Ooh.
I'm gonna see where this goes.
Hey.
Which makes B our
I'm
good
gonna be B.
doctor.
B
Gotta
for
be
bright.
B. For Bright. If you would, because we have to leave them hanging, would you read out your character handouts?
Yes, your clothes are typical dress for the 1930s. A simple skirt hanging below the knee, a plain blouse, and a jacket with padded shoulders. A small purse lies in your jacket pocket. It contains 5 driver's licenses, each in a different name. Megan Raines, Mary Reynolds, Molly Raffin, Marlene Reed, and Marta Rose. The purse also contains money, $10, $20 bills. I got $100, y'all. The pistol in your hand is a .45 caliber automatic with 6 rounds left inside. The weapon has a maximum range of 75 feet.
Good old
I'm great
MR.
with pistol.
Woo! Rocket, what about you?
Yeah, so your clothes are the typical dress for the 1930s. A simple skirt hanging below the knees, a plain blouse, and a jacket with padded shoulders. A small purse lies in the jacket pocket. It contains 5 driver's licenses, each in a different name. Jacqueline Herod, Julia Harker, Janet Hunter, Janice
I got M and you got
and
J.
Jane Harrison. The purse also contains money, $10, $20 bills. The pistol in your hand is a .45 caliber automatic with 6 rounds left inside. The weapon has a maximum range of 75 feet.
And our dear good former Dr. Bright.
I'm sorry, we need an achievement for this.
I know. I know.
Your clothes are the typical American business dress for the 1930s. The wallet in your pocket contains 5 driver's licenses. Wait, why do I not have like a better description for my clothes?
Because
you're not as fancy.
Yeah. We're twins. We're twins, so we are described very like we have the exact same outfit, I think. So
the wallet in your pocket contains 5 driver's license, each with a different name: Tom Hardy, Lester Hart, Peter Handley, John Harper. I make games now.
You do.
And Bill Brighton. Bill Brighton is,
We
yeah.
can still call you Bright, and we can still call you Janice because that's some
the
of our
whole
fake
thing,
ID
yeah.
names. Oh my gosh.
The wallet also contains money, $10, $20 bills. Whoa, that's a lot of money.
I know,
Pistol
right?
in your hand is a .45 45 caliber pistol, caliber automatic with 6 rounds left inside. Oh, I must have shot a couple times.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
bank
The weapon
robbery.
has a maximum range of 75 feet.
Huzzah.
We have to go soon, but let me ask, do you check the map of Halal?
Oh
Yeah.
God, yes.
Once we're in the car.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Let me.
we're not gonna be like, oh, hold on, bank robbery.
I'm going to take away your old map of Halal because that's not what it looks like anymore.
Oh no.
It now looks a little different, as it normally does in these moments. I'm going to save those changes and let the world see you now have the new map of Halal, if you would.
Oh, whoa.
Wait, one eye map? No, 3D map. 3D map. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What the?
I know.
This is very Art Deco.
Dude, I love it.
Mm-hmm. There's a quote. What does it say? Written.
Do anyone wants to read it?
Sure. 7 doors, 7 sights, 1 discovery. Halal.
That is the end of the Prophet of Darkness. Please be prepared for the next adventure. Feast for the Eyes.
Oh, how fitting. We just had
you
eyes.
Get 2 experience points for recovering the poem, which you would not have done had you not given him the amulet.
Hey.
And also for not dying.
So
you
we
know
have 4
how
XP total?
3.
3
XP total.
Okay.
And
Cool.
you know how in Wizard of Oz they fell asleep with the poppies?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was very likely to happen to you all, but you got around it.
Oh,
So
we didn't take a nap in the desert?
also the same was
Or-
not able to throw sand in your eyes because
Oh.
It's the same thing. Poppies, eyeballs, you know.
yep.
Mm-hmm.
So I have just opened up something for you all. I've opened up all of these skills that are left over from the Prophet of Darkness. If you look all the way to the right, right, of the Roll20, you will see the skills that are left over. Because we must spend our experience points now, you may either choose a new skill for 1 point, or increase a skill to level 2 for 2 points, or increase a skill to level 3 for 3 points. And you have 3 points total. What would you like to do?
I feel like someone should for sure take Create Light because it's just too dang valuable with all these light and darkness stuff that seems to be consistent with each one.
Yeah, if we can have 2 people, it's 2 times 60% is better than 1 times 70.
Yeah. Well, you could still upgrade it too. Like, it doesn't take away the skill.
Yes, but I'm really looking at upgrading medicine and
I
not
think-
failing anymore.
I'll get 95% chance of success.
You know? Because
Would you like to up
otherwise
your
I
medicine?
could. Well, it's either that or I can bump up Create Light to 2 and get pistol at 1 because I have a pistol and not a rifle this time.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I will
I
also
don't know.
note
I don't know.
Oh,
there is only there is no pistol
1
that's
handgun
free.
left.
There's 1 handgun left. That's it.
I will say that Rocket doesn't have any type of firearm. We
Oh,
can
I
probably
would
yeah,
get
like
you a
to have
rifle.
handguns since
Yeah.
I also have a
Yes,
handgun in
please
my
get
possession.
it. Please.
Yeah. Because we could probably get you a rifle, right? Like Bonnie and Clyde have got rifles
Yeah, it doesn't
somewhere.
matter. I'll bump up medicine to 3. I think it's more important anyway.
Nice.
Cool.
Yeah, I'll take handgun, and I'd actually, because of where we are, I'd like to bump up stunt driving to 2.
Nice.
I will give you a 2 on your stunt driving because who knows, you might need it. Hitting people with cars is kind of dangerous for them. They don't like it, but that's fine. And then we'll just pull over your handgun. Yes, I'll just give you that to you. And what about you, Lindy?
Yeah, I was thinking about taking medicine, but since Dr. Bright's bumped it up to 3, I think we're okay in that front.
Look at me rolling 96 and up for the entire game.
You'll have tried, damn it. I do think one of us needs to take Create Light. I think, like, why would Margaret take Create Light? And I think it's because I can save him. I can fix him. I think that's the angle I have to go with. To get Margaret to take Create Light. Whoo.
I'm just put that over there, right there by you. Create Light.
Thanks.
You have 2 left over.
Because one of us needs Create Light, and I can save him. I can fix him.
Sure.
Yeah, I can fix him with Create Light and Dagger. Anyways, do I pick up another spell? No, I don't think I should. I already have 2. I could also take stunt driving. We got some cars in the 30s, or I could up my handgun. I could take 2 more skills, right? Or I could up 1 to 2. I could take medicine and stunt driving, or I could be really good at handgun. Do we need more overlap, or do we need to be better at things?
Krellin says handgun.
Yeah, I'm thinking with the car, usually we have enough spots for all 3 of us to be in one car. So, unless we're all motorcycles, which is rarer. And Dr. Bright just knows medicine. Yeah, I think I will up my handgun. Because then we'll have you at regular handgun, and I'll be at 2 handgun. And then, yeah. I choose violence. That's right. I'm Margaret chooses violence Ross. Of course I'm gonna up my handgun. And get Create Light because I can save him. Look, I got 2 on handgun and dagger now. I'm ready.
Worried.
I wouldn't worry about it. I can save him.
Okay.
I'm gonna stab him in the heart with light, and he will fall for me. Time and time again.
Okay, so my friends, that's it. We've completed Prophet of Darkness, and Feast for the Eyes would be the next adventure, which takes place in the 1930s with your good chums, Bonnie and Clyde.
Woo!
So, we need to do our outros.
How did that end?
Who knows?
I want to stay in a car with them.
As long as we're not in the country. Look, as long as we're not going away to the country.
Let's just find a bunch of excuses for them not to ever leave town.
Isn't this fun? Isn't this festive here? Don't you want to stay here?
Love your car, Rockets! Come on, your background is so good. So, first off, I want to say thank you to everybody who's been here watching with us. This was so great. I would like to have our outros go. I would like our players to say who they are, where we can find them next, and you can take 2 objects with you. The amulet's gone. The only object you have left is the lamp. Do you wish to take it with you?
Yes.
Yes.
I mean, if we can only take 2 objects, we only have 1. I would vote to take the lamp.
Yeah.
Yes. Maybe it resets.
Or if it doesn't, we can pawn it.
Yeah, it's a memento. Maybe it'll be our souvenir at the very end. We'll be like, we have this lamp that we bought from this one guy in Morocco.
Do we get to choose what the other object is?
But you don't have any other objects.
We don't have any other objects. Unless I can keep the Sandman's dagger that he gave me.
Well, I was going to say also, could we take one of the skulls?
Yes, you can. You have one other object. You'd like?
Wouldn't it be helpful to have a skull that could like either smell, hear, I don't know about taste. Well, I don't
We're
trust
not
that.
taking taste.
But like, but wouldn't it be helpful to have somebody who can like hear anything?
Hearing would be pretty good, probably.
Especially if we're going to be doing heists and stuff. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I don't know.
You have the skull, the hearing skull.
Buddy.
Okay.
Not the Sandman's dagger.
Put you right on in
Not
there.
his gift. Oh, next time maybe.
Yeah.
I know where he pulled it out from though, so next time I can just reach in and grab it for him.
I worry about you. So, outros, who are you? Where can we find you? And then give some love to one of your fellow players. As you follow the yellow brick road and you expose the prophet as an illusion.
Oh
like
my
the
god.
wizard. I'm telling you. Since Simon is just so pained by this, we're going to start with Rocket. Rocket, who are you? Where can we find you? Give some love.
Hello, friends. You may not believe it, but it is I, Rocket Box. It was me the whole time.
I didn't believe it.
Yes, I know, shocking. But yes, hello, everyone. It is me. If you want to hang out with me again, you can find me on the socials. I've got a Patreon. I hang out, but I'm also going to be here. Not this coming week, but the week after, once we dive into Feast for the Eyes. We dealt with a lot of eyes, so we're going to find out what that's all about. But yeah, otherwise, the love, you guys, this. So my first bit of love is going to be for Simon. When you like the moment that you like the hand is reaching around the the big hand is messing with Margaret's face, pulling her skin off, things of that nature. Like going over and getting between is such a like cinematic, heroic thing. It was one of those moments. It was one of those like really cinematic moments. And I didn't know if I was going to be able to help and save you guys. That might have just been a you guys problem. But I'm glad that ended up not being the case. And then Lindy, I've got to say, the amount of details that you are really digging into and paying attention to the entire time throughout, not just when you sent me a private message being like, hey, do you have the power of like changing light to dark things? And I was like, oh my God, do I?
The answer was yes.
It was, but I don't know that I would have thought of that necessarily, because like I was still caught on the idea of like, oh, well, clearly it's like a stabbing power or something like that.
You're a witch. You get two magic powers.
Yo, Lindy always coming in clutch, like coming up with all the ideas and making the wildest of things happen and work out. And then Trooper, as always, bringing these characters around, like the fact that especially so the moment for me taking the jester, whom, listen, even the first time he came up, I didn't like him. He freaked me out. He was a little too jingly, a little too bouncy. Didn't like that. And then describing him with the bleeding eye sockets and the eyeballs just like falling out, not great. Didn't love it. But then instantaneously you changed him to Billy Wigglespear, and I gotta say, I went in one single moment from to oh, and not many people can do that. So all of you put such care into all of your characters, your worlds, and again, I am so pleasantly shocked by this game. The more we played it, especially this time around, I feel like I could see the how lately it's been a thing with movies where they're like reaching back and doing like updated of like 80s style stuff where they have the music and they have like blending of the mediums and stuff like that. I could see this whole run being like that kind of a thing, and it would be super fun, and I would love to see it for one. So that's my love. Also, my love to creators of Sandman, wherever you are. Hope the sands are shining in your favor.
Lindy.
Hi,
next.
it me, Laugh Love Lindy. My love is vast, as vast as the black desert sands behind me. Um, oh, so many good moments. Simon is face palming a lot, especially at me and my wonderful, poor decision making. At times with Margaret. And his little speech of like, why him? Like you, and he picked somebody else to be in love with, and I'm sitting here like, the shipper in me is going, why? Oh, why is someone jealous? Does someone else
I
want
know.
this
That's
affection?
what I was asking.
Interesting.
I was like,
Interesting.
My little shipper heart was there too. I was there.
I know, and it just brought me joy. Um, so I just loved that outrage that you had there. But it brought me joy and schemes. So there's that. And I'm on the side of love. Okay. Love comes in many forms and shapes. I don't discriminate. And of
This
course,
isn't a game, Margaret.
Let's acknowledge the real shipped couple, Sandman and Dr. Bright. I just feel like,
Yeah,
could
right.
that even work? One is a being of light, one's a being of darkness. I don't know, but opposites do attract.
yeah, that's why I got light. Obviously, duh, I can save him. And of course, Janice kicking ass with the car again, just running over everybody. And the VIP love for tonight goes to the hood ornament. Because we were like, do we? Yes,
That
we
was
do. It was
amazing.
epic. That was so cool. I've always wondered what it'd be like to murder an immortal being that only has one weakness, and turn that weakness into a hood ornament. Like that's some kryptonite Superman shit right there. Like that's the level of like obscure specificness that we attained, and that we didn't die. That's more love. We didn't die, and that we made it to the next one. We've all got new skills, and it's very exciting. And I can't wait to find out what our new skills are. I'm very excited.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
yeah, it'll be a lot of fun. And of course, my love for you, Trooper, for again, you do bring all these characters to life. The Sandman seems to have caught on to Margaret's affections. I don't know if it's the 3,000 hearts she drew in the sand every time we stopped for more than a moment, or if, it was something she said or the lip prints, but he's got a new one now, right on the forehead. So, we'll see. We'll see how he does. I'll win him over. I can fix him. I can save him. You can find me online at Laugh Love Lindy. Not wanting to romance the Sandman. I just think it's hilarious to have Margaret be obsessed with it. Like, guys, we should kill him. But in the character have to be like, oh, it's Sandman. So yeah, I love it. You can find me online, Laugh Love Lindy. Every other Monday on my channel for Mondays in Exandria, the new batch, where we are going to find the source of corruption, I think, and called the Netherdeep. It's not great. All of us now have corruption. Like, only 2 of us had a little bit. Now all of us have a moderate amount. It's not ideal, but we'll figure it out. Right? I hope so. And of course, on every other Tuesday now, on the opposite weeks, I'm GMing Ghosts of Saltmarsh. We'll be having our session, episode 2, this coming Tuesday. We had everyone meet at a funeral last time, and they're going to investigate a haunted house. Well, allegedly a haunted house that someone inherited. And for Call of Cthulhu Below the Land of Fire, we only have 2 episodes left before it ends. So definitely check that out. Next session is we will have between 0 and 2 guests with us for that session. There's just schedules and things. I hope they'll work out. Fingers crossed for 2, because it would be epic. But they're gonna blow up some stuff and try to stop a volcano and escape from an Elder Thing city at the bottom of the ocean. They're gonna need a lot of luck, and they've already spent so much. So that'll be fun. Check that out. I'm very excited. That's me.
Which leaves us with our good doctor, Dr. Bright, my pal, Simon. Wandering DM.
Hey, hello. I'll start with a love, then I'll talk about a regret that I had.
Uh-oh. You
I'll
didn't
start with the
tell
love.
Margaret that you loved her. Go on. Sorry, go ahead.
So, well, I mean, my two co-stars, and all the shenanigans tonight. Thank you very much. I really needed it. I'm not gonna keep going on it because it's gonna go bad. But the from Margaret and her toxic love for sand, to Janice and the car and the running into using the car as a weapon. But also, I get the feeling that this next section of the adventure is going to be more Janice oriented than the other two. Like the first one was very much archaeology. Then we had like sort of the light, the healing, the thing. I get a feeling that 1930s is more your wheelhouse. I have a regret to announce. I leveled up my medicine. I should have not leveled up medicine, and I should have taken change color so I could change all the green flags that Margaret sees in the Sandman into their actual color, red. But that's not going to happen now, will it?
Oh,
Hmm?
maybe someone could have waved some real green flags. I'll be like, wait, am I red-green colorblind? What? Shit, what?
We'll get to it sometimes. But yeah, and I can't wait to see how it's gonna turn out. I mean, it's 1930s. We're in Chicago. We're not too far away from where we'll be born. Like, I feel like there's something that Bright might want to do to get out of this situation, you know? Maybe I'm my own grandpa. Who knows?
You might be. I mean, that happens all the time.
Yeah, the weirdest. I mean, would Back to the Future be any weirder than everything else we've been through?
No, probably not.
I was
Yeah.
fine all
Where
night
can we
until
find
I
you?
had an M&M.
Oh,
You won't find me tomorrow, Ringside. We're gonna cancel Scion tomorrow. I had some very heavy news today, and yeah, I'm not gonna GM tomorrow. But I will be back with Trooper on Monday for Vampire the Masquerade Montreal by Night, unless something changes, but I'm fairly certain that we're still playing. For the whatever's happening underneath Montreal. Trooper Dixon just found, after 5 seasons, his sire. And
was great.
had to stake her.
Gave her a steak.
So-
It was like a dinner. It was just friendly times.
It was a thing. She was taking a bath. You interrupted her bath.
Yeah, it was just awkward.
Was it a
It's
bloodbath?
kind of weird to walk in on your mom bathing and then,
Depends
you
on
know,
how old you
stake
are.
her.
Yeah, in blood.
Like, I don't know. There's something there. I'm sure
Blood
it's a
jacuzzi.
category on Pornhub.
I think
But then
it's,
we're not here next Friday, so it's the one after.
Yes, because next Friday I'm going to be in Texas giving a talk, so it's the one after.
So that is it for me.
I'm troopersjp. I'm not going to say my stuff because I'm going to check to see if we have any tips or bits. And first, because I want to thank all of our folks who are supporting us. No tips or bits, but a new follower. Thank you, Tez914, for following. I do want to thank Will and TW, who's one of our sponsors, for being our sponsor for the Academic Foxhole. Thank you so much. All of you who do this help me pay the cast. And you can, if you wish to join our Patreon, that's at Patreon at Academic Foxhole. We just got 100 bits from Bulfus, who says, "Oh, great job as always." Thank you for those bits. So what am I going to tell you? What am I going to tell you this? So the thing is that there are a lot of very specific things that would have to happen to make the combats go quicker, right? So the combats are puzzles, and you can either do it the long way where you just fight them, and they're quite dangerous, or you can find ways around the fights. And they were amazing, right? They're like, okay, hold on. If we change color, that might... Because otherwise, he would have stayed there and done bad things to you all, like really bad things. If you had not put the leech on the building, that would have not been so great. Trying to run him down with the car with the thing attached to it rather than trying to put it on him in person, that also not so great. Like it's doable, right? But wishing figuring out how to do the wish, because there's one wish and you all have to wish the same thing at the same time, otherwise no wish. And you got it. Also, side note, it only works in the desert. The lamp does not work if you're not in a desert. And there are not that many deserts. You know what I mean? But you happen to be in the desert with the black sands and decide to use it right there, and then you all did it, so it worked.
I've heard that Chicago's like a food desert. Does that count?
Well, it would not, if the Sandman shows up and puts sand everywhere, would it not then become a desert?
Only a desert of Margaret's heart, but that's different.
Oh.
I feel like.
Margaret's heart
Yeah.
is a desert. It's so lonely.
I was gonna say, yeah, so shouldn't it work all the time on Margaret?
So I was really amazed at how you were able to get through a number of these things that if you decided to just actually like duke it out, like fight, in like the old school way, would have just been real bad for you all. And I loved how you're able to like find ways around these things. And I loved how I was like, well, I was like, I know what your skills are. They're pretty esoteric. I know when I can just give them to you, if you don't get there. But you're like, wait a minute. How about if I can see? And I was like, yes, you can see through those things. That's the skill card you actually have. And I loved how you're able to like actually work out the skills you had, because it's not like they were. Yeah, like you did it. I was like into it. I thought that was really wonderful, and I loved how smart you all were and how tricky you were and how you're able to get through a number of like big traps that would have been bad, you know? That made me really happy. I love your like
VIP.
Yep. And I loved your like being friends with the Riders of the Apocalypse, who are like, but also you all have been like seeding little seeds, you know what I mean, through various realities. And I am excited to see how all that plays out, you know? Little seeds of reality. Oh, I just meant having the people in that village maintain hope was what I was meaning. I didn't mean flirting with the Sandman, Lindy.
Look, I'm sowing my own seeds. I don't care. I'm like guerrilla gardener. I'm like, oh, cracking the sidewalk, packing seeds. I'm just going. Yep.
I'm a little worried about Margaret and like what she was doing in the 1980s. Like a little worried about it. I feel like she's like.
Don't worry about it. We're not going to hit the 1980s, are we? Shh, we don't need to worry.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. These people are amazing. I just find this game really fun. I really loved how everyone was able to like. Everyone's just doing like just great times. I really liked the like. Simon hitting the guy in the nose, right? All the ways in which you're like, because they would just keep attacking to you until you either actually kill them, which is not so easy to do, or you could hit them in their weak spots, right? So like, I just really appreciated all that you all did. And yeah, because they, after medium is heavy than critical, then you're dead, right? So it's not like medium's right there, like, yeah, so love it. There's still lots of mysteries. It gets weird still. It gets weird. It gets pretty weird. And there's a quote. There's a thing that this is not a spoiler. It's more of a teaser. Rocket said something once, and that thing may be relevant in Feast for the Eyes. That's all. Rocket said a very smart thing once, and I was like,
I've said a lot of smart things. Sorry, okay.
You say a lot of smart things. It was a very smart thing that Rocket said, and I can't remember if Rocket said it here or in The Gambler, but said a smart thing, and I was like, interesting, because that'll be relevant.
I love, Trooper, that you say, Rocket, you say a lot of smart things. I'm looking here at the last thing I put in our game chat. Ankle meat. So yes, that tracks.
So I want to give my love to my players. I want to give my love to Lindy for not wishing with the group and then meaning that there's another round of attacks that the bad guys can have upon you and maybe murder you all because she cares about the Sandman that much. I want to thank Rocket for when I tempt her to change her mind from her very good idea to something else, that she does not waver. I was like, are you sure you want to do the thing? And you're like, yes. And I was like, okay. because I tried, but I appreciate you standing. You standing with your convictions, and I want to thank our good old Simon for telling the people of that village that they have to remain hopeful. That is a small detail that maybe is not so small. So I just want to thank all three of you for just being really amazing RPers and really thoughtful. And this is a very surreal, weird thing. Like it really is. And like being able to like play your characters, like how do you deal with this surreal world thing? And clearly Bill Bright does not deal with it the same way as Margaret does. And I just like that, like Janice is like, no, wait, those two, I've got this, right? So I just appreciated all of that very much. And I want to thank the game makers, of course, and I want to thank all of you watching. Thank you if you're watching us on YouTube. Like, subscribe, make a comment, all that goodness. And you can find me, the next RPLBN will be Montreal by Night, run by Simon on Monday, 8:30 p.m. over on his channel, Wandering DM. And I'm really very much looking forward to when my two cohort reach the temple of probably badness, like the temple of murder, the temple of Sabbat ridiculousness. That's my
Eternal
feeling.
Whispers.
Eternal Whispers. Sure, Eternal Whispers doesn't sound so bad, but I feel like it's the temple of blood sacrifice everywhere. So I mean, maybe not. Maybe it'll just be fine.
I mean, it depends on who you are, but Eternal Whispers seems to me that this is an entire cathedral filled with like ASMR streams.
Oh, that could be nice if they're all good ones, like friendly ones, or if they're bad ones, they'd be the worst.
It's just like a bunch of people licking your ears.
Ooh, like feels.
I don't
like
like
feels
the
motorcycle
licking
rider.
ones.
Me neither.
Everyone, thank you. We're gonna go, and please take care of yourselves. You're the best, and we will catch you all on the flip side. Bye, everybody.